Scotland and the northeast of England. And we'll see coastal gales around exposed northeastern parts, but elsewhere it's just a blustery day with further showers, some heavy downpours for the southwest in particular, even the odd rumble of thunder. Away from the showers, some sunshine. However, it is going to feel cold in the wind with temperatures a few degrees down compared with average for the time of year. Now, the rain across northeast Scotland pushes into southern parts during the evening and northern England later on, with further showers following for the north and northwest of Scotland. Northern Ireland seeing plenty of showers, but also some bright spells in between. 11 degrees at 6 p.m. And for much of England and Wales, we keep the showers going well into the evening, but there will be some clear spells, particularly through the Midlands, East Anglia and the south east. Here's that band of rain sinking south into the Midlands during the evening and then East Anglia by midnight, but eventually it pulls away into the North Sea, and that means that for many of us we'll see clear spells overnight. Enough of a breeze to prevent a widespread frost, but it will be a chilly start in places on Saturday, with temperatures dipping to the mid-single figures, even some places seeing the low single figures. So, yeah, pretty fresh out there first thing this weekend, but plenty of bright weather. It will still feel cold in the wind coming from the north, and that wind will bring some wintry showers to northern Scotland, snow falling over the hills of northern Scotland, but no disruption likely from that. Rain showers elsewhere, but plenty of sunny spells in between the downpours, particularly in central eastern parts, continuing though to feel very cold.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News, lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Harwood and this is Vote 2025, The People Decide, Caerphilly by-election.
Everyone can see that Labour's time has passed. More and more Labour voters are turning to Plaid Cymru every single day.
Yes, Plaid Cymru and Reform UK are battling it out to win the constituency currently held by Labour for the last 100 years. Well, as Plaid's candidate told us in this by-election a little bit earlier tonight.
I think people are crying out for change, and I think tonight you will see that change, and it will be an exciting new era for Welsh politics. And I hope to be there at the forefront of that with Plaid Cymru and Llun ap Iorwerth as our next First Minister.
But the Reform Party is snapping at their heels.
Our aim is very simple. Our aim is to win. Our aim is to win a majority, and our aim as a party is to govern in Wales.
Well, if anything's certain tonight, Labour is heading for a crushing defeat after a century of representing the area. So, is tonight a night we see a realignment of Welsh and indeed British politics?
Uni-party, as we like to call it, the Labour Party and the Tory Party, will struggle to get even a quarter of the vote share today. So there is a total and historic realignment in British politics happening in real time.
Well, the seat in the Senedd has been held by Labour since devolution in 1999, and in the British Parliament has been held by Labour since 1918. Could today be the day that Labour loses?
So no, Nigel Farage isn't interested in Wales. He's interested in Nigel Farage.
Well, we'll be live throughout the night, bringing you the very latest news and the results as they happen, which could be really quite soon. Joining me throughout the night are the journalist and broadcaster Linda Jubilee, the former Reform Senedd candidate Oliver Lewis, and the broadcaster and journalist Michael Crick. Don't move a muscle. This is Vote 2025. The People Decide. Well, it's a potential earthquake in Caerphilly tonight. After holding the area for a century, it looks like Welsh Labour is set to lose their seat in the Senedd. It's a race between Plaid Cymru and Reform UK, with Plaid more and more comfortable the longer the evening goes on. The result tonight could be a bellwether for the Senedd election next May, and will certainly be treated as such by the winning party. This by-election was called, of course, following the sudden death of Hefin David, who had served as a member of the Senedd for Caerphilly since 2016. Well, joining me, of course, are my panel, Oliver Lewis, the former Senedd candidate for Reform, Michael Crick, who is, of course, a broadcaster and journalist, and also of the Centre for British Politics, I'm told. Linda Jubilee, as well, is a journalist and broadcaster. But before we get around the table to my panel, let's jump straight to Caerphilly itself, to that count, where our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, has been all evening. Catherine, what can you tell us?
Yes, well, a political earthquake really is happening here in Caerphilly, a seat held by Labour for 100 years and ever since the Senedd was formed in 1999. We don't know for certain who has won, but we know it is not Labour. I have to say, we're expecting the declaration in about 5 to 6 minutes, and judging by what I'm hearing, Plaid are very happy indeed. Their leader is here. Nigel Farage of Reform is nowhere to be seen, but I'm joined now by Alex Barros-Curtis, Labour MP for Cardiff West. Thank you very much for talking to us this evening. We don't have the votes yet, but this is a pretty horrendous night for Labour, isn't it?
It certainly looks like a tough night. As you say, we've not got the votes yet, although I think we're expecting them imminently, but it certainly looks like a tough night for us, which, of course, we have to respect. We have to have that humility to listen to what the voters are saying here today, and I think there's a mix of reasons for that, but ultimately we have to reflect on that tomorrow and just continue to listen to what the voters are saying and continue to have those conversations in the days and weeks and months to come, because for us this isn't just this election and then we're off. We're in this for the long haul, and we believe Caerphilly and the Valleys, Wales and the UK is best served when Labour are in power, and we need to sort of work hard to remind the voters of that and listen carefully to what they've said.
Well, you say that, but Labour have been in power in Wales since 1999. The education record, the NHS record, is worse than England. People want change, don't they? And they don't see it in you.
I don't think that's quite right. What I think we perhaps are going to see from this result is that governing is hard, and change. We have to double down on, deliver on that. Absolutely, we have to. Like I say, and I'm not in any way undermining what will be the message that we suspect that comes out from this vote. So we have to have that humility to listen and reflect on that. But actually, what I think it needs to do is re-energise our efforts, both in kind of Wales and at Westminster, power in partnership, but also fighting hard for our respective corners to sort of double down on that change, because we heard it on the doors time and time again that it's cost of living crisis, people wanting to feel better off for their future, for their children or grandchildren's future. That's something that we've started to deliver, but we've only been in power in Westminster in a year, just over a year, so we've got to go further and faster. But as I say, doing so with that humility and respect for what the voters have said to us about what they think we're not getting right just yet.
The Senedd elections here next May, likely to be a huge redrawing of the political map in Wales, but Labour in power in Westminster. Do you really think that the Labour government in Westminster can turn things around and make people feel better off by the next election? Because otherwise you're going to be out, surely. I think some fruits are starting to bear, to show. However, as I say, we have to go further, and we have to demonstrate that to the electorate. Even though it is a number of months away, it's not that many months away, there is still plenty of time to turn it around. And of course, the voting system, as you and your listeners, viewers may well know, will be a very different one to the one we're seeing here, first past the post. It will be entirely PR next year, a very different system. So I think the result we're seeing here, is something we have to reflect on, but it will inform the campaign, the strategy, the offer that I think we need to reflect on, and that we will make to the voters of Wales next year in terms of what we, a Welsh Labour government, revitalise with our brilliant First Minister Lynn Morgan, working with Keir Starmer in Westminster, what that offer to Wales will be for 2026 to 2030. Alex Barras-Curtis, thank you very much indeed for talking to us here on GB News. Well, I'm looking around. All the cameras here are ranged up, pointing towards the stage. It looks like it will not be long till we get the result. Everything that I'm seeing and hearing here indicates that Plaid are going to win this seat and Reform will not. It could be. I've certainly heard about quite a lot of tactical voting. So let us see. Not long to wait. We will bring that to you, of course, as soon as they step onto the stage.
Catherine, it could be just a minute or two's time, as you seem to be saying there. This is going to be such a monumental moment. I suppose the question I have to ask you is, have the Reform Party over-egged their chances here? Have they done the terminal sin in British politics, which is to mismanage expectations? I mean, had they not said that they were going to win this quite so confidently, people would be talking about a massive Reform surge in the vote. But because people sort of expected Reform to win, if they don't quite clinch it, even if their vote surges by 10,000, say, even if that surge happens, it will feel like a loss for Reform.
Well, yes, they were pretty confident, I think, of winning this seat. I think they had a celebration party planned. There were balloons and all the rest of it. I mean, the Survation poll indicated they were on 42 and Plaid were on 38. But of course, it doesn't take that many people, perhaps who might normally have voted Labour, who decided to vote for Plaid instead because they maybe didn't want to see Nigel Farage and Reform take this seat. To shift things, I understand that all parties had a limit of £100,000 that they could spend. Reform spent every bit of that money. Plaid didn't. There's also been quite a lot of unhappiness that I've heard here that Reform very sad circumstances in which this by-election has been fought. Heaven Davis was the Labour MS here, very well liked. He died very suddenly last August, just at the age of 47, very well liked. And on the day of his funeral, other parties suspended campaigning, but in fact Reform leaflets were dropping through people's doors. Now, Reform has apologised for that, but that went down pretty badly with many in the community here. So look, we haven't got the results yet. We don't know how close it will be, but look, I think if Reform was going to win it, Nigel Farage would be here, and the fact that the Plaid leader is here and has been saying he's feeling very optimistic. Oh, I think it's happening right now. We're going to turn the camera around.
And let's listen in to this result, this historic result, if it is indeed starting. Let's see if we can see this. It does seem that this count is beginning. Returning officer there stepping up to the microphone. Let's listen in to the count and see if we're about to get an announcement here. At the Caerphilly by-election, we can see the candidates being invited up to the stage, the Liberal Democrat standing on the stage. He's just been told to walk over to the other side of the stage, but it does look like these candidates are gathering there. We are now surely going to hear this result. Just how well has the Reform Party done? Just how well has the Plaid Cymru Party done? And indeed, has the Labour vote fallen completely off a cliff? Well, let's
Constituency Returning Officer for the Caerphilly constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Yr wyf fi, Richard Edmund, swyddog canlyniadau etholaeth ar gyfer etholaeth Caerphilly, yn datgan fod cyfanswm nifer y pleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
Eichler Steve, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 497.
Eichler Steve, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 497.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Glad Wales Can Be Better, 117.
Cook Anthony Stewart, Gwlad Gall Cymru fod yn well, 117.
Hughes Gareth, Wales Green Party, 516.
Hughes Gareth, Plaid Werdd Cymru, 516.
Potter Gareth John, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 690.
Potter Gareth John, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 690.
Powell Llia Thomas, Reform UK, 12113.
Powell Llia Thomas, Reform UK, 12,113.
Quilliam Roger Anthony, UKIP, Scrap the Senedd, 79.
Quilliam Roger Anthony, UKIP, Scrap the Senedd, 79.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Welsh Labour, 3713.
Tunnicliffe Richard, Llafur Cymru, 3,713.
Whittle Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 15961.
Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, 15,961.
Therefore, I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly constituency.
Felly, rwyf yn datgan bod Lindsay Whittle wedi iawnethol fel aelod o'r Senedd ar gyfer etholaeth Caerphilly.
Lindsay, let's go this way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me, I'm not used to speaking first in these election counts. Whilst we are perhaps euphoric in some parties tonight, I would respectfully ask that you all please remember the reason we have this by-election under very sad circumstances, and I am very proud, this is hard, to pay tribute to Hefin David and to his family and friends. I extend my still personal deepest sympathies. He will be a hard act to follow. I will never fill his shoes, but I promise you I will walk the same path that he did. And I can pay no finer tribute to an excellent man. I hope that this will be now an exciting time for politics in Wales. I've been absolutely heartened by the number of young people who've been involved in this campaign. A lot of them are standing to my right here, but across the entire constituency, people not interested in politics I've had selfies taken before. I've never had this. Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales. The big parties need to sit up and take notice. Wales, we are at the dawn of new leadership. We are at the dawn of a new beginning. And I look forward to playing my part for a new Wales, and in particular for the people of the Caerphilly constituency. I thank you with all of my heart. This is better than scoring the winning try for Wales against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup. This means everything to me, and the people of Caerphilly constituency, you mean everything to me, and I promise you I will serve you all to the very best of my ability. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Diolch pawb.
Well, what an extraordinary result that is. Plaid Cymru taking the seat with 15,961 votes. Let's just listen to the losing Labour candidate.
Thank you to Returning Officer. I'd like to offer my congratulations to Lindsay on his victory. And I want to thank all those who put their trust in me by voting for Welsh Labour. And thank you also to all the people here responsible for making today's polling go so smoothly. And I'm sure I speak for all in this room when I say that nobody expected this by-election to take place. Hefin David, the MS for Caerphilly, whose tragic death brought about these circumstances, was my friend and my mentor. His kindness, his passion for the people of Caerphilly, and his tireless work to listen and stand up for his constituents has been the guiding spirit of our campaign. In difficult circumstances, we did our best to run a positive campaign, one that put the concerns of the people of Caerphilly and the valleys at its heart. The team and I knocked on 75,000 doors, spoke to tens of thousands of people, more than once. We listened to the issues raised on the doorsteps and drew up plans. We know people don't want empty promises. They want to see their lives be better, to see tomorrow to be better than today. So we wanted to show that in the 6 months between now and the Senedd election, we can make a difference in our communities. The campaign team has put in a monumental effort, and I am so grateful to all their support. I still passionately believe in Welsh Labour, its values and its vision for the future. So while we may have lost today, I won't stop campaigning for that future. In May, we will have a chance to decide again with a new system and a new chance to shape our country, and I will be here fighting again for what we believe. Many issues have been raised with me in the course of our campaign, and I have heard what people have said and what they want. So as a constituent, I will be engaging with Lindsay on those issues. I wish him the best in his tenure so that we can deliver for the people here, because that's what really matters. Thank you.
Well, there we have it, a Labour concession. The Labour vote crashing to just 11% in this election. That's down 35% compared to their previous total. I mean, it is just an extraordinary thing to see the level of the Labour vote collapse by that degree. The Reform vote go from almost nothing up 11,618 to just over 12,000. But it is, of course, Plaid Cymru who take over 15,000 votes. That's up 7,700 compared to 2021. They are taking this seat with a fairly handsome majority. Well, with me to digest this in the studio is, of course, my panel, Oliver Lewis, Michael Crick and Linda Jubilee. Oliver, of course, you were a candidate for Reform UK. You used to be the spokesman for Reform in Wales. This is going to be seen as a loss for your party.
Well, let's look at the positive story for us tonight. I mean, there's been a swing of, going on for 35% to Reform. Obviously, in other circumstances, that would probably be a gain for Reform if it were, if the numbers were different. But clearly, it's not the result we wanted. And we go on, obviously, to the Senedd. But clearly, if we look at the macro story is a catastrophic defeat for the Labour Party in one of their heartland constituencies. And you've got two winners from this process. One is Plaid and the other is Reform. So we now look forward to the Senedd elections in terms of the new political landscape in Wales. But clearly next May is going to be very, very difficult for Welsh Labour to come back from a defeat like this.
Well, Michael Crick, you at the start of this night said you thought Plaid would win. You're our political Nostradamus.
Well, I always think it's a good idea to suggest the opposite of what most people are saying. And the other thing that people were saying was it was going to be close, and it wasn't close. It's they won by more than nearly 4,000. Obviously, it's a disastrous night for Labour, but it's also a dreadful night, really, for Reform, even though the swing is 35% from Labour to them. Will Nigel Farage be out on the streets? Is he at the count tonight celebrating this? He's disappeared. He's run away. I mean, and in fact, if I was there as a reporter, I'd be trying to find out where he is. But I mean, he's totally overplayed this one, and Reform have overplayed this one. But in the longer term, I think it gives hope to those who don't like Reform, who fear the idea of a Farage government at Westminster, because what's clearly happened tonight is that all the other parties have ganged up on Reform, and they've lent their votes to Plaid, even though they may abhor the idea of Welsh independence, although Plaid don't believe in independence as strongly as the SNP do. And as a result, they've thwarted Reform in the same way that Farage was thwarted by the other parties ganging up on him when he stood 10 years ago in Thanet.
Yeah, I mean, Linda, this is extraordinary. The Reform vote is up 34.2%. Just a huge, huge increase in the Reform vote. But look at these other parties. The Lib Dems are on 1.5%. The Greens are on 1.5%. The Conservatives are on just 2%. And the Labour Party has lost 35% of its vote. It's down to just 11% in a seat that it held handsomely for the last 100 years. This is an extraordinary picture of the most extreme level of tactical voting.
Absolutely, and I'm not really sure that I agree with Michael.
Good, disagreement is healthy.
because I think that Reform could take some heart from this. That's quite a considerable climb from the previous election. I mean, I'm wondering what impact the remark that Catherine told us about, the remarks she made about some information she had about the incumbent who died in very, very tragic circumstances, and Reform was the only party not to pay attention to that, and he was a very, very popular local MP. Now, when you're dealing with, just under 4,000 votes, I mean, it doesn't take much to tip people away from a party when they're dealing with a really nasty situation like that. An apology clearly didn't work. But Plaid Cymru are there. I mean, I was a young trainee reporter on the Western Mail, so I know Caerphilly quite well. I know Cardiff quite well. Plaid at the time were like nowhere, absolutely nowhere, and this is quite a big deal now, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, shall we jump straight back to the room now, because we can speak to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, this is a big win for Plaid and certainly a disappointment for Reform.
Yes, it really is. It's just a few hours since I was standing here saying that it looked like it would be close, but Reform were expecting to edge it, and then the mood changed pretty gradually. Nigel Farage absolutely nowhere to be seen. It's just a few months since I was at Runcorn and Helsby, which of course they took from Labour, but just 6 votes, a load of cheering over there. But yes, clearly there has been some tactical voting, but Plaid have won this, and it is worth saying, you know, Lindsay Whittle, a very popular local councillor, somebody who has been trying to get elected here both to the Senedd, which he's now succeeded in doing, and to Westminster. He's been trying to get elected for over 40 years, and as he said, he's not used to speaking first. I was really struck too by the tribute that he began his speech by paying tribute to Heaven David, the Welsh the Labour MS, who tragically died very suddenly back in August of this year. And his voice choked up, actually, didn't it, talking about him and saying what an excellent man he was and how proud he was to have known him. And then he went on to give a quite impassioned speech saying, we want a better deal for Wales, sit up and take notice. But, you know, he's a local man, very well known, very well liked. But all that's going to change next May, because the next Senedd elections, the whole system has been thrown up in the air. It's going to be a Dehont proportional voting system. You're not going to be voting for a candidate that you know the name of. You're going to be voting for a party. So that sort of personal connection won't happen in the same way. And yes, a bad night for Reform. Sure, of course they have surged massively, but in the end, you know, no question of a recount, because Plaid beat them by over 3,800 votes. So, you know, we've been used to seeing that Reform takes all before it. Those local election results, they seem to be unstoppable. And just now, you know, a picture of what has happened here. Now, of course, it's different here because people that are fed up with Labour and Conservatives here in Wales don't have to necessarily go to Reform. They can go to Plaid, and all these stories that we've heard of tactical voting, but a historic night here, and whatever way you want to describe it, an absolute disaster for the Labour Party.
Absolutely, and it does seem that there was some cheering as you were speaking, Catherine, at the beginning of your report. I can imagine in the room with you there some very happy Plaid Cymru politicians.
I think that was probably Lindsay as he crossed the room. Of course, we did interview him an hour or two, as I'm losing track of time, but we interviewed him, I think, about midnight on GB News. And actually, I was struck by, as soon as we stopped talking to him and I said, thank you for the interview, he said, no, thank you. We were the only channel who had asked him and wanted to know about the candidate, Heaven David, who had sadly died. He said that nobody else had asked. This is something obviously very, very close to his heart, and we've heard it as well from other candidates, how very well liked this man was, just 47 years of age, leaving a wife and children, a devastated family. But yes, I think he cannot believe it. He told me he first started going to council meetings meetings when he was 14 years old. He's 72 now. He's known a lot of coming second place, a lot of trying and trying again, and he's finally succeeded. But then, of course, Nigel Farage, how many times did Nigel Farage try to become a Westminster MP before he finally made it? It was about 8 times, wasn't it? He's got into Parliament and now, you know, bookies' favourite to be the next Prime Minister.
It's the most extraordinary night of events there. Catherine, thanks indeed for being there for us in the heart of the count. We'll be back to you a little bit later on, but let's digest some of this now with my panel. Delighted to be joined by Oliver Lewis, the former spokesman for Reform Wales, Michael Crick, the broadcaster and journalist, and Lindsay Jubilee, the broadcaster and journalist as well. Linda, this is going to be a very, very strange set of spinning operations now for each and all of these parties. And they're all going to have something to say about this election.
I mean, the Labour candidate tried to do that, not very convincingly, I think. There's no point in continually saying, well, we're listening, we're listening, we're listening, because you actually have to do something about it. That's the whole point of that phrase. And we heard from other people in the evening. We heard earlier, as I mentioned, from Sir Jake Barry that he thought a kind of win, Reform coming into second place in a reasonable fashion, would be still a win for Reform. It's not as close as he would have wanted, I'm sure, but it's still a respectable vote. Lindsay Whittle, though, that's extraordinary. I mean, always the bridesmaid, finally the bride. I mean... Talk about, you know, try and try again. And I wanted to enhance what I said before, and Catherine touched upon it there, that when Lindsay Whittle made his acceptance speech and he mentioned that the incumbent that died in very, very tragic circumstances, that's a very impressive thing to do, because it wasn't his party. You know, it wasn't a Plaid MP.
It set the right tone, didn't it?
It set the right tone.
Although perhaps he knows he was elected on Labour votes.
Maybe, but I don't think I think he's genuinely his friend. And what I do think that might actually say to the voting public is that we want to see a change in politics. It's not just about a change in party. We actually want to see a change in style and in tone in politics. And that's what people are caring about right now. They are less likely to be loyal to a particular party if they see a candidate up there that they can get behind who they think is behaving in a responsible manner.
It's always a difficult dance, really, to try and analyse how much of this is a candidate, how much of this is a party, and how much of this is actually none of the above, and a tactical sort of way to try and punch the establishment or stop the guy that you don't like getting in. I mean, all of these factors will have surely been at play, Michael Crick.
Indeed. And, I mean, and the trouble we have analysing this is we've got 6, you know, proper parties here and a few independent types as well. And all the movements about... I mean, one thing we haven't mentioned tonight, since the result, is the collapse in the Conservative vote. I mean, the Conservatives went from 17.3% in 2021 down to 2% tonight. Now, that is, in other words, 7 out of 8 of their voters in 2021 left them. Now, Labour, it was only 3 out of 4 of their voters. And the interesting thing with those Conservative voters, did some of them vote tactically? Did some of them vote tactically for Plaid? Did some of them vote tactically for Reform? So, you know, there's tactical voting going on in all sorts of directions. Very, very difficult to analyse this. And I think you can also say tonight there will be some people, some Conservatives, some Labour, some Lib Dems and so on, who will have voted Plaid for the very first time in their lives. They may have voted for their previous parties every election they've ever been to. And once you've done it once, it's a bit easier next time.
I wonder, Oliver, the Reform literature that I've seen in this by-election was all against Labour. Everything was, this has been a Labour seat for 100 years. Let's stick the boot into Labour. Labour is terrible. Labour, Labour, Labour. Did they not speak enough about the threat of Plaid?
Possibly. I think I don't think it was necessarily wrong to criticise the Labour record, but perhaps the party needs to move on from criticising Labour too much, given the scale and the collapse of the Labour vote, and to start thinking about what the competition is. I think Ryn because he was a BBC presenter, he's very good on television.
This is Rena Pura,
the leader of Plaid.
Plaid Cymru.
He does look like a credible First Minister. I won't be voting for him, but I'm more than willing to accept that he's very good on TV. He has a bit of a star factor, because he grew up through television. That was his profession. So, you know, I think the question reform now needs to ask itself is, well, who's going to be your candidate for First Minister? The policies coming into play, all of the things that every political party needs to make a success of something, particularly under, you know, as Mike was alluding to, in first past the post, it's not just the people that vote for you. You need the tacit consent of the people who are against you. And sometimes the people who are against you are happy with, you know, their party leader not being Prime Minister. They'll live with it. But, you know, reform really needs to identify who that person will be, build the policies around it. Because as it stands, Rinna's going to be... tomorrow, the coming week, will be all the TV studios. He will just reinforce this idea that he's the next First Minister in waiting.
Because what he's got is charisma.
Yes.
And I wouldn't vote for him. But he has got charisma and he resonates with the public, and that is becoming an increasingly important factor in the new political era.
It's that authenticity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Although, are we talking too much about how splendidly Plaid did? Because, of course, they did do splendidly. But the Labour Party won this seat with 13,000 votes in 2021. I mean, that's within a hair's breadth of what Reform got this time round. I mean, it's easy to understand why Reform, looking at their internal numbers, were thinking, well, we're getting almost as many votes as Labour got when they won the seat. Why wouldn't we win the seat? I mean, perhaps they didn't anticipate the coalescence of all the opposition parties going towards Plaid, but, I mean, they got a very respectable number of votes.
They did, but it won't be... That won't be the story because, you know, Reform were letting it be known they were going to win this seat. And you've got to be careful. You've got to be modest about these things and saying, well, we're doing our best and we're doing well and our policies are getting across, but we know, you know, we're up against it. We've never done well in this seat ever before. That's the sort of thing. And instead of saying we're going to win, and then everybody says, oh, no, you're not, and we're going to make sure you do.
Because people are emotional when they vote. They're not rational a lot of the time.
But this is the real challenge for a party that is still an upstart, even though it's leading in the polls. I mean, this is a party with 5 MPs in Parliament, with only 1 Welsh Senedd member, and that's because she defected from the Conservatives. I mean, this is a party that, to some extent, needs to talk up its chances so that people think it can win. But within that need, there's a bear trap that they can overtalk their chances and then people think they've lost when actually they've done very well.
It's a kind of fake it to make it situation. But that only works sometimes. Often happens in business, but it doesn't work all the time, and it clearly didn't work tonight.
It's such a difficult tightrope for them to walk because you need that level, and perhaps this is why Nigel Farage has done so well as a party leader over the course of the last 2 decades, because he has this bravado, this confidence, this I'm going to win attitude that means people believe in him and follow him and build this brand and build these 3 parties that he's now built to an incredibly successful level.
No question.
But within that bravado and that I'm going to win attitude, also comes perhaps a lack of expectation management.
And what's he got to do? What he's got to do now is he's got to stick around in Caerphilly, go and congratulate the winner, and come out with a bit of humility and say, well, we did our best, and you know we didn't win, but we congratulate Plaid and all of that, and shows a slightly different side. I mean, and he's capable of that. But what he shouldn't do is go straight back to London and talk to no one.
Right.
That would be a
that's
mistake.
good because we understand that Nigel Farage is actually in Caerphilly tonight, even though he didn't appear at the count.
Right. So, well, maybe, well, it'd be interesting to see if he goes walkabout in the morning.
I somehow doubt it. I don't have it confirmed that Nigel Farage is actually there, but I have heard it on the grapevine that he might be. So I'll leave that to
3 o'clock in the morning, you want to get to bed now and rather than go all the way back.
Can I just say, though, it's very true. Politics is a complicated business, and you look at this calibration of having enough charisma but a bit of humility. When you look at old newsreel footage of some of the great politicians that have been in the past, someone like, I've just recently rewatched a documentary on Robert Kennedy, he got it right. I mean, I'm not talking about what party he represents or whether I agree with that party. I am saying he understood how to calibrate his delivery, and that is a talent, and it should be practised. and it wasn't practiced this time.
But the point is, whoever wins, and all candidates are, you know, when you sign up to stand as a candidate, when you win, you represent all constituents. You're representing everybody.
Yes.
So you've got to bring everybody with you. And if you're going to form a government, either in the Senedd or in Westminster, you've got to have the tacit acceptance of your authority to govern from everybody, from all different political backgrounds. So bringing people together is definitely an objective for whoever's going to hope to top the polls in Wales next May.
Now, in some ways, this by-election has been instructive about next May, pointing to who the two leading contenders will be, Plaid and Reform. But in another way, it doesn't tell us anything at all, because there's so much tactical voting, because it's a first-past-the-post election, whereas next May in Wales, every single voter will be in a new multi-member constituency. There are going to be 16 constituencies across all of Wales, each of which has 6 members. It's going to be a bit like how we used to elect members of the European Parliament here. Yeah. It's going to be the same system. It's called a D'Hondt proportional representation system. And that's a system that Nigel Farage knows well, and he's won under, not once, but twice.
And not only that, I mean, you take the last 4 opinion polls in Wales, nationwide, it's neck and neck between Plaid and Reform, as it was in this by-election. And then Reform are slightly ahead. So you could you could help the situation that tonight, big disappointment for the party, but next May, they end up being the lead party in a coalition. But it's more likely to be a coalition. It's going to be very difficult for any party to get to
I think the bigger point here, though, is that whilst Liberal Democrats, Greens, Conservatives all squeezed in this first-past-the-post by-election, they're not going to be squeezed in this proportional election that's happening in May. So whilst Plaid was able to clearly squeeze the Green vote and the Lib Dem vote and the Labour vote, they might not be able to do such a squeeze in May. So maybe Plaid doesn't go quite so high.
Time and people have got to get used to the new system.
And many people won't understand the new system, right?
And there may be an element of squeezing, but nonetheless, it's still looking very good for Reform next May. But I'd say in the longer term, it's looking not so rosy.
So we could end up in the situation where Reform wins the most seats, but is locked out of power because there's not a pre-election coalition, as there seemed to be tonight, where the Lib Dems and the Greens and the Labour Party, the voters all go to Plaid. It could be that after the May election, you get a post-election coalition where you get that same amalgamation of voters, but only after the fact of the election, in that those elected politicians all bandy together to keep Reform out of power.
Yeah, I mean, because if you look at the polls, it's roughly that Reform and the Conservatives together are about 40% in the polls for the recently, Wales-wide, and the other parties will be the rest, 60%. So if the other parties stick together, in other words, Lib Dems, Labour, Plaid, Greens, if they come together, they can form a government on the current polling. But there's a long way to go. But I think but it's unlikely to see how the Conservatives and Reform coalesce with a third. Difficult to see how they find a third partner.
But traditionally, coalitions that are more than about 2 parties are deeply unstable ways of governing.
They can probably do it with maybe do it with 2 or 3. Maybe difficult.
But don't forget, there's a history of Plaid propping up Welsh Labour, though, obviously, in the Welsh Parliament as well.
Yeah.
But I think it. I mean, it's going to be a fascinating race.
I think what also from looking at the polls is that Plaid and Labour on current polling get a higher percentage than Reform and the Conservatives. Now, that may well change.
And I think the base load for the tribal Labour vote is probably higher than the base load for the Tory tribal vote. Yeah. That's going to hurt the Tories a lot under this electoral system.
Well, let's pause this conversation for a second and head straight back to the count. We can join our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, get a sense of things there in Caerphilly. Catherine, what can you tell us?
Yes, well, beginning to thin out here, but the man of the moment, Lindsay of Plaid Cymru, is hogging the headlines. Everyone wants to talk to him. Of course, we spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we, on GB News. But I'm joined now by Lauren McKevitt. She is a former Tory advisor and the co-host of the Welsh Politics podcast. Lauren, thanks so much for talking to us again. An amazing result for Plaid with a candidate who's been trying to get elected here for decades. How exactly do you think this has come about? What's your analysis?
So it's a big night for Plaid Cymru here in Caerphilly. Lindsay Whittle has tried 14 times to get elected in one way or another. He has been, my understanding, from memory, a regional list AM previously under the old system, and now is the last named candidate for the Caerphilly constituency as we move to that new electoral system in May next year, with the closed list system in the mega constituencies that have been decided upon by Welsh Labour. It's a big night for them. They've managed to put together a coalition on the left to stop reform in a big way. Labour have lost an enormous amount of votes, about 10,000 votes on the last time they went to the polls in 21. This is a big loss for Labour. This is the result of them being in power at both ends of the M4 now, having nothing to hide behind for their failures to deliver in Cardiff Bay by blaming Westminster anymore. This is now a full-blown Labour failure in running Wales, with poor service delivery, poor outcomes for patients, poor outcomes for students, poor outcomes across the political spectrum. And they have ultimately seen that hit them in the ballot box tonight. Plaid Cymru now obviously have to go in to consider how they do the budget negotiations as they come up, and how they push this forward into May next year in that new DeHont proportional representation system. Nigel Farage will be disappointed by the reform vote tonight, but I would imagine that the language he'll use will be about the perennial problem he's had with first past the post. He is a much bigger fan of the DeHont system that's coming in May, and he will think that that is a system that can play to reform's favour when it comes along.
And looking at the moment like Plaid Cymru could well be the biggest party after the Senedd elections next year. They are, of course, a nationalist party. What could that mean for the union?
So ultimately, Plaid Cymru are an independence for Wales party. But Rhun ap Iorwerth, the leader of Plaid Cymru, has indicated that he won't seek independence in a first term as a lead in the government. It is very hard in the Welsh electoral system to have an outright majority. It is highly likely that even if Plaid Cymru are the largest party, they will have to work with another party to form a government. Who that might be, I think, still massively open to interpretation. I think that there will end up being a lot of horse trading going into next May and immediately after next May with all the parties. If Reform are the largest party, are they able to do that horse trading with other parties? Are they able to cobble together a coalition to actually be in government? Do they want to be in government? Do they actually want to have to deliver services in a very constrained system? Wales has always had constrained budgets. It is underfunded through the Barnett formula. What does Reform really want to achieve if it's in government and unable to implement any reform in a system where ultimately they wouldn't hold many of the levers of power?
And Reform obviously did not win here, but a huge result compared to where they would have been just a couple of years ago. But they're not entirely committed necessarily, are they, even to the Senedd itself and Welsh devolution?
There has been a bit of a split in Reform previously. Laura Ann Jones, their big defector from the Senedd, the Conservative Senedd group, has previously indicated an element of support for the position of abolishing the Senedd. There is a fairly sizable caucus on the right within Wales that does not support the Senedd. Traditionally, a lot of those voters have not shown up at Senedd elections. If Reform really want to do well next May, they're going to have to start addressing the abolish question with more sincerity than they have been previously. It is a split that exists on the right. If they just say that they are a pro-Senedd party, that issue is settled, it's entirely possible that the same problem that has plagued the Conservatives all these years, of those voters just not showing up at Senedd elections when they do show up at general elections, will continue to plague Reform.
And just finally, obviously, England tends to get most of the attention because population, Scotland loads of attention too. Wales really not so much. 3 million people here. Often you don't hear that much about Wales in the national news. Do you think that's about to change?
I really hope it is, actually. People within Wales get their news from national sources. They read the Times, they read the Telegraph, they watch GB News, they watch Sky. It is really important that when broadcasters and publications are talking about an education secretary, they're specific as to which education secretary they're talking about. When they're talking about a health secretary, which NHS of the 4 NHSs are they talking about? Labour have been in power here for over 25 years. 20% of Welsh primary school leavers are functionally illiterate. Betsy Cadwaladr in North Wales has been in special measures for 12 out of the last 14 years. They have failed on service provision under both governments at other ends of the M4. It is high time that they begin to look at their record of delivery and feel very afraid of what is coming next May, and it is really important that national broadcasters cover Wales as if they were covering England.
Lauren McKevitt, thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Huge changes coming, and as you've heard there, Lauren saying that Labour should be, quote, very afraid of what is coming next May.
Absolutely fascinating stuff there, Catherine. And thanks indeed for bringing it to us live from the count. Now, of course, this is going to be such a significant moment for the country in May, because it's not just Wales that goes to vote. It's Scotland too. It's half a dozen new metro mayors across England. It's the London councillors. It's the councillors in Manchester. It's the councillors in lots of big cities in this country too. I mean, these are some of the most significant elections we're going to get between the two general elections of 2024 and likely 2029. So, Michael Crick, what does tonight tell us about May?
It tells us still, I think, that Reform are going to do exceedingly well in May, and that Labour and the Conservatives are going to do exceedingly badly, perhaps so badly that their positions of one or both leaders of those two parties, Labour and Conservative, comes under question again.
So we
is that the whole of your question?
You're saying, I think this is an important point to raise with regard to the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. It's relevant to a statement that's just been released by Zia Youssef, who's the policy director for the Reform Party. In a statement on this by-election in the last few minutes, he says, "Congratulations to the victor, Lindsay Whittle. Reform winning 36%, up from 1.7% in 2021, is remarkable. This is a historic realignment in Welsh and British politics. The Senedd elections in next May are now a battle between Reform and Plaid." And then he goes on to say this: "Who would have thought that Labour would fall to just 11% and the Tories to just 2%? The uniparty vote collapsing to 13% from 63% 4 years ago." That is a point I think Reform is going to hit again and again and again. The combined vote total of these parties that, within the last 5 years, got 80% between them.
It's extraordinary.
Are now down to 13% in this constituency.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is typical of the country as a whole. And there are two counterpoints I'd make to that. Is that if you assemble a coalition of the left on polling figures at the moment, I think, well, certainly in Wales, the left wins over the coalition of the right. I think what tonight has also done is told the whole country tactical voting is the way to stop Reform and Farage if you want to do so.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Can I just ask you, though, you mentioned there that an outcome here next May could be that we see both the leader of the Conservative Party and the leader of the Labour Party go. Now, there's lots of talk about Kemi Badenoch going. She did make a good speech at the conference, but if things go badly, she will face a leadership challenge. That's much, much more difficult for Labour to do, isn't it?
It is, because they're in government, and also there isn't an obvious...
The rules are different.
Yeah, and they've got to get...
I'm just going to interrupt you two to just go straight back to Catherine Forster, live in Caerphilly with the Deputy First Minister of Wales. Let's listen in.
Yes, well, I'm here with the Deputy First Minister, Hugh Iranca-Davies. Thank you very much for talking to this evening on GB News. Look, there's no way to sugarcoat this. It's been a pretty disastrous night for you, has it not?
It's been a really tough night. And we're disappointed because losing Caerphilly, particularly in the circumstances as well with Heaven, I miss Heaven dearly. But we thought we could retain this with a good candidate, a good campaign. It hasn't worked out this time, so that's clearly a disappointment. But we couldn't have thrown more at it. We couldn't have had a better candidate or more energetic campaign. So I think for us there, and all credit to Lindsay Whittle, you know, he's a successful candidate tonight. I think what we need to do now is actually rapidly reflect what did we hear on the doorstep, what do we need to do to win this back in May, because that's where we reset now, is 6 months before the May election, this seat and all the seats in Wales will be up for grabs. How do we earn those votes back?
Yes, you don't have long till May, as you say. And Labour have been in power in Wales, of the Senedd, since 1999. Are we now looking at a point where many Welsh people simply feel that it's time for a change and they're just fed up with you and your record?
Well, the way we avoid that, the only way we avoid that, is actually by earning people's votes. And you don't do that by resting on your laurels and saying it'll be the same continuation. What you need to do is actually reinvigorate yourself in government. So over the last year, for example, since Eluned Morgan became First Minister, first thing she did was went out and actually said, I'm going to listen to what people are telling me, what's important. And there were things such as investment in the streets and the highways and town centres. We've done that, we've got on with it. Investment in bringing waiting times down because they've been too high in Wales. So over the last year, 12 months, we brought them down by 2/3, those longest waiting times. Ambulance waiting times are down as well. But it hasn't been in time to actually convince the people here in Caerphilly. But I think what we need to do is keep that investment going. We had a £1.6 billion uplift from the UK government last year. After years of austerity, after years of budget constraints, we can finally put the money in. So that's what we need to actually do, is to say to people, we'll earn your vote back, we will keep on investing in the health service, keep on improving health service performance, your schools, your education, all of that. We'll invest in the trains in a way you've never seen before as well, because we've been doing it off our own backs in the Welsh budget right up until now. So all of those things are there to fight for. 6 months, by the way, I would say. There's a lot of people writing us off at the moment, and I find it quite interesting. Writing us off on the basis that we are now being squeezed out of the political agenda in Wales. That isn't an inevitable. What Labour has to do, what Welsh Labour has to do, is reinvent ourselves within government, and we've got 6 months to do it.
But you do face the risk, don't you, like the Conservatives after 14 years. People will say, well, you've had 14 years to sort these problems out. You have had since 1999. I mean, the education results in Wales are a good bit behind England, aren't they? But
we also have the new curriculum in Wales, which is, I think, the way forward, absolutely. We also have the biggest investment compared to anywhere in the UK in the school estate. It's called the 21st Century Schools Programme. I can't think of an area in my constituency, and it's the same across Wales, that hasn't had a brand new school built, whether it's primary or secondary, many of them as well. So we've done a lot in that space as well. But yes, we do have to do more. And we have to do more in terms of educational standards. We have to do more in terms of health. We have to keep investment in social care. But don't forget as well, we've spent the last 14 years and more doing that against the backdrop of budget cuts after budget cuts after budget cuts from a Conservative government. Everything we've done has been against austerity. And yet we've defended public services. We've defended the things that matter to people. Now what we need to do, with the additional investment from UK Labour government, is actually to build back from there. It's the investment in the railways, the town centres, bringing the waiting times down, the investment in education. So we've got 6 months to actually prove to the people of Wales that we deserve the right to earn their vote and actually be back here in government in Wales. But we don't take anything for granted. This is a democracy. We have to earn those votes.
And just finally, we've got a Labour government either end of the M4 now, but Sir Keir Starmer, pretty unpopular with voters, is having Labour in power with not much money and a load of looming tax rises a help to you, or is it actually turning out to be more of a hindrance?
It was never going to be easy the first year of UK Labour coming into government, particularly with the mess they inherited with the economy as well. So they spent the last year trying to fix that. And, you know, they would probably admit themselves as well that they've done some missteps. You can see it because they're adjusting their policies now as well. But you don't solve everything within 1 year. But what I can say is one of the benefits of having that UK Labour government is we have seen the uplift that is starting to have results here in Wales that we haven't seen for 15 years. Now, that can make a material difference to people's lives. The other thing that we need to do going forward, and this is where the UK Labour government can help in the budget, is making sure that it's a budget that works for working people. And that means those low and middle income earners. Now, there are things that can be done, and I know Rachel Reeves has said she wants to make sure that in the budget that the balance between tax and spend is we make sure that it does sit on those shoulders that are the broadest to deal with that. The rent and to make sure that the kids can go off on that trip that everybody else is going on. That's really important, because both for UK Labour and for us in Welsh Labour in government, we need to show that we can tangibly improve people's lives. That is the antidote to the disenchantment and despair, because one of the things that there has been in this election, which is really interesting, is it hasn't been entirely on local issues. It's been on is the country going to hell in a handcart and so on. Well, we don't agree that it has to be that way.
Hugh Iranka-Davies, Deputy Welsh First Minister, thank you very much indeed for talking to us this morning, this evening. Where are we in time? I don't even know anymore. But I know we're in Caerphilly, and it's been quite a night. Back to you in the studio, Tom.
Thanks very much indeed, Catherine. What a night it has been indeed for Plaid Cymru, for Reform, and indeed for the Labour Party. Those are the three parties that, of course, managed to keep their deposits in this election, although there were many others who lost their deposits, and perhaps part of the conversation has to turn to what on earth went wrong for the Conservatives, the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, all the others who failed to make any inroads whatsoever or maintain any level of respectable vote. Well, a big thank you to my panel who have now left us, Linda Giberli, Michael Crick and Oliver Lewis. Do stay with us. We're going to have more analysis now. Yes, it's... Welcome back to Vote 2025. It's 3 in the morning. My name's Tom Harwood, and this is indeed Vote 2025. The people decide. The Caerphilly by-election.
I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly constituency.
Yes, Plaid Cymru and Reform UK fought tooth and nail in the race, but Plaid's Lindsay Whittle was ultimately victorious.
Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales.
Well, the Reform Party gave it all they had.
I'm grateful to every voter that came to the ballot box and voted for reform, despite the fear and attacks that have been put against them by the other parties.
Well, for their part, Labour have suffered a crushing defeat. After a century representing the area in Westminster, 26 years in the Senedd since its founding, is this the day Labour lost Wales?
I still passionately believe in Welsh Labour, its values and its vision for the future. So while we may have lost today, I won't stop campaigning for that future.
Well, let's not forget the area was held by Labour since devolution in 1999 and indeed at Westminster since 1918. Is this the night that British politics changed for good?
Uni-party, as we like to call it, the Labour Party and the Tory Party, will struggle to get even a quarter of the vote share today. So there is a total and historic realignment in British politics happening in real time.
History made here tonight, a disaster for Labour. Reform thought they could take this seat. In the end, it was Plaid Cymru by nearly 4,000 votes. And a 72-year-old man, Lindsay Whittle, who first stood for election here back in 1983. He's tried and tried and tried again. Finally, he has now got a seat in the Senedd.
Well, we'll be live throughout the night, bringing you the latest news and analysis of this historic election result. Well, joining me throughout the night will be the Welsh Conservative councillor, Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy, Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator, Cathy Larkman. So don't go anywhere. This is Vote 2025. The people decide. Well, it's been a political earthquake in Caerphilly tonight. After holding the area for almost a century, looks like Welsh Labour has indeed lost. Well, we had that result, indeed, where the Plaid Cymru won 15,961 votes. Reform came in a respectable second at 12,113 votes. Now, it's worth remembering that the Labour Party held this seat just 4 years ago with just over 13,000 votes. The turnout was up on that election tonight, and indeed, what we have seen is an absolute reversal of fortunes for the incumbent Labour Party. Well, let's speak now to my panel. On the panel tonight, the Welsh Conservative councillor Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy, Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator Cathy Larkman. But before we get to the panel, let's cross back to our political correspondent live at the Count, Catherine. We won't do that quite yet. Let's speak to the panel first. Of course, at 3 a.m, anything can happen here live on GB News. So this is a very, very interesting election. It tells us potentially quite a bit about what could happen in May's local elections and indeed maybe even the likely 2029 general election. Jack Kellum, at Autonomy, what do you make of the results? What do they tell us looking forward?
Yeah, I think this might be the first signs of Labour's hegemony in Wales really cracking here. Over recent years and over the last decade or so, I think many times people have thought this might be the moment that Labour's dominance finally ends. But actually, you know, often that dominance has been built on quite a low voter turnout, quite a lot of disengagement from the political process. I think we're starting to finally see some of the cracks in that appear.
Now, Aled, the Conservatives have not done well tonight. I mean, that's putting it mildly. The Conservatives have done astonishingly badly tonight. Why?
Well, I think, you know, historically, the Conservatives have never done that great in this seat anyway. We acknowledge that. There are, of course, to me, what there's clear, there's the Reform vote and then there's the anti-Labour vote. And how those are splitting is what I'm finding quite interesting. There's no doubt that, you know, many sort of the right-wing Tories have perhaps voted for Reform. You know, the staunch unionists, of course, are going to vote for a unionist party. You know, you talked a lot on the panel tonight about tactical voting. I think we have seen it to the absolute extreme. The only reason I personally think that Plaid Cymru have managed to pit Reform at the post tonight is the fact that for what is meant to be a pro-independence nationalist party, they've completely softened that approach. They're basically a Welsh Reform. They'll say anything to win an election, and that is what Rhun ap Iorwerth has done. He's recently, you know, said, "Oh, we're not actually looking for independence," which is the whole point of Plaid Cymru. So I think by doing that, they're probably, particularly Welsh-speaking farmers, I think the election dynamics in Wales are so different to those in England. It's very hard to try and correspond a by-election in Caerphilly to one up in the Red Wall in the northeast. But the Welsh language is a key thing in this seat as well, and I think that's probably where some Tories will have gone to Plaid Cymru to stop Reform getting in.
Well, Cathy, what do you make of that? You were having a bit of a laugh then. I think we all were when it seemed like Plaid has sort of shed its colours in some ways to become a catch-all party tonight.
I think as well what we've got to bear in mind is that Plaid have picked a candidate who's instantly recognisable to the people of Caerphilly. He's well known, he's well liked, he's been a councillor there for a long, long time. He's a very familiar face, and I think we can't discount the fact that because of his position there, that a lot of Labour colleagues on the council will be familiar with him as well and may even have switched their vote to him, to support him too. He was good friends with the previous holder of that office, Heaven David, who sadly died as well. And I think another interesting factor in this is, although quite clearly there's a very strong anti-Labour vote through dissatisfaction that's happened in Caerphilly, the people have either forgotten or maybe forgiven the fact that Plaid Cymru have had a cooperation agreement with Labour from 2021 till 2024 when they abandoned that to distance themselves away from Welsh Labour policies.
That's a really interesting point. Jack, why does it seem to be that Plaid has been able to avoid the, for want of a better word, Lib Dem effect of being the junior party in an agreement to govern? Normally the junior party in one of these agreements gets absolutely battered by the electorate, and it's quite the opposite for Plaid.
I know, but I think government in Wales is so associated with the Welsh Labour Party. You know, Labour is government in Wales. Plaid, actually, like I said, disengagement is so high in the Welsh political process. You know, people simply aren't aware of that, to be honest, on the doorstep. I think people are treating this as a particular one-off sort of vote, and that's, like I think our sort of other panellists have said, has affected maybe the way some of those votes have gone. So I think, yeah, Plaid have been able to successfully distance themselves from the Labour Party and their sort of role in supporting the early sort of period of this Labour government.
I suppose this is going to be a slightly different effect when we look at the wider Welsh elections in May. This, of course, is a first-past-the-post election in this particular seat. You get all sorts of peculiar tactical voting, as we were discussing in the last hour with my previous panel. But of course, there are going to be no first-past-the-post seats at the next Welsh election for the Senedd. All of the seats are going to be these multi-member constituencies. So how much can we actually take from this election?
To be honest, I don't think you can really take anything really from this election whatsoever. I think one of the interesting things is, of course, in the next election is, you know, we of course talk about the 6-member seats, but to actually get a seat or to be eligible for a seat, you need about 12% of the vote just to get your first seat. If you don't even get 12% there or thereabouts, I think it depends on the turnout, you don't even get one. So I think that will be ringing alarm bells perhaps in CCHQ Wales tonight. You know, there's such a low level. But I think...
Are you suggesting the Conservatives could actually get 0 seats in Wales at the next Senedd elections?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. You know, coming from...
It's a possibility.
Well, it's a possibility for reform to be the same as well, isn't it? You know, anything could change, and an hour's a long time in politics these days, let alone 24 hours. But I think the dynamics of Wales are very, very different. And actually, if there's one good thing I think that's come out of this by-election, is that sort of the UK media are now actually sort of taking an interest, or a real big interest, in Welsh politics, the Senedd. You know, we've been kind of batting and talking about Welsh Labour and how disastrous their things are, you know, their policies particularly. Hugh Davis just saying how great the new curriculum for Wales is. It's been the most damaging thing for Wales since... well, I think in probably a whole generation, and now people will actually be able to come on and start talking about these things, and people taking an interest, I think could shift the dial over the next 6 months, because we can really talk about what's actually happening on the ground.
Yeah, Cathy, we're seeing a bigger fragmentation across our politics. In every different part of the United Kingdom, it does seem to be that there is one thing in common, though, which is reform versus someone else. In the northeast of England, perhaps Reform versus Labour. In Wales, Reform versus Plaid. In Scotland, Reform versus the SNP. In the south of England, perhaps Reform versus the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. I mean, there's one consistent point in all of those different areas.
Yeah, and I agree, and I wouldn't necessarily agree that it isn't an indication for what's going to happen in the Senedd elections in May 2026. I think what's happened today is seismic, really, in terms of a rejection of Labour, because we have to bear in mind, you know, the strong position. Labour have always been in power, you know, since devolution in Wales. So what's happened today is remarkable, albeit it is won by election result. But having said that, you know, it's going to be a totally different voting system in May 2026. It will be a closed list, proportional representation system. You know, the voter's connection with the individual candidate they're going to vote for will be broken. They'll be voting for a party instead. So in one way, it's seismic in terms of the message of the rejection of Labour, but in other ways, it's a new rules of the game entirely next May.
And considering how much perhaps the personal vote mattered in this election, it could be very, very different even in this area in May, which isn't that far away. Let's return now to the count. Live in Caerphilly, we can speak to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Catherine, you've been speaking to the unsuccessful Reform candidate.
Yes, and we'll show you that in just a moment. But first of all, we've had a statement through from the Welsh Labour leader, Eluned Morgan. I'm just going to read it out. It says, this was a by-election in the toughest of circumstances and in the midst of difficult headwinds nationally. I want to thank our candidate, Richard Tunnicliffe, a good man who stood because of his desire to serve his community. I congratulate Lindsay Whittle on his victory tonight. He returns to the Senedd, continuing his many decades of elected service to the people of Caerphilly. Welsh Labour has heard the frustration on doorsteps in Caerphilly that the need to feel change in people's lives has not been quick enough. We take our share of responsibility for this result. We are listening, we are learning the lessons, and we will come back stronger. Of course, they don't have very long, do they? Because those Senedd elections are in May of next year. But Lindsay Whittle, the Plaid Cymru candidate, the man of the moment, the man who has tried and tried for decades to get elected both to Westminster and the Senedd, and now, aged 72, has finally done it. In his speech, he began by paying tribute to Heaven David, the man he's replacing, the Labour MS, who very tragically died suddenly back in August. We spoke to him on GB News a bit earlier. Let's have a look at what he said then.
I knew Heaven David very well, and amidst all of this euphoria and excitement that people are feeling, we must always remember with some dignity that the sad circumstances that brought around this by-election, and at every opportunity I will pay tribute to my friend Heaven David, and I always send and extend my deepest sympathy to his family and all of his friends. He was a much respected man.
At the end of that interview, I said thank you to him, and he said, no, thank you. You're the only channel who had asked about Heaven David, something, a man who was much admired here, and many in the community, absolutely devastated by his death. But then we tried to speak to Lindsay Whittle again in just the last few minutes. He would have come to talk to us again on GB News, but his press team stopped him. They told me, despite the interview that we'd done, despite him thanking us, that they do not engage with GB News. So Lindsay Whittle obviously was more than happy to do so, but the powers that be in Plaid Cymru do not want to talk to us. So there you go. But anyway, let us have a look now at Clear Powell, the Reform candidate who may have come in this evening thinking he was going to get it, and in the event lost by nearly 4,000 votes. Let's have a look at what he said earlier.
We've seen a lot here tonight. We'd have liked to have registered a lot more voters, get our message spread across a 6 weeks campaign. We had a standing start, but those aren't, I'm not trying to make excuses, they're just analysing for what I've seen here tonight. We came really close though. Look at the results we had across the constituency. Places like Bargoed, we were told that you weigh the Labour vote there. You don't anymore. Those are Reform voters. Across the constituencies, people turned out for it, so I'm very proud of that.
But you did drop leaflets on the day of the funeral of the MS who very sadly died, and you got a lot of criticism for that. Would you like to apologise for that? Lots of people seemed quite upset.
Well, firstly, I didn't drop those.
Not you personally, but the party.
And secondly, it was a Royal Mail drop in which we didn't control that. Now, you speak about that person. He was a friend of mine. I was there. I had a close relationship with Hefin. And, what happened there was deeply sad, and what happened with the Royal Mail drop is deeply regrettable, and no one feels that more than me. We never intended for hurt to go out to anyone, and what we did, we picked up and we ran what I believe is a positive campaign with a message that could deliver for the people of Wales. And I'm proud of all my team, the activists that were out there, and I'm grateful to every voter that came to the ballot box and voted for reform, despite the fear and attacks that have been put against them by the other parties. And
can you tell us a bit about that? What are you referring to?
Well, they attacked my door. They in the middle of the night. The office was under several We had to have security there. Look, there's a lot of things that went on in this campaign that was very dark and thing, but that's negatives. I'm positive. I'm building on what we've got here, and we're moving forward, and we're really excited for what we've got to offer the people of Wales next May.
And next May, a huge moment. Do you feel that Reform could make very significant gains and that Labour will be really decimated in those elections?
We're looking to win the next election, and that's what we're going out to do. We've got our message which we want to offer the people of Wales, so I'm very excited about that. But in terms of Labour, you've seen what Reform has done to Labour here tonight. You can see the rise of the Reform vote. I'm very proud of that. We represent now the hard-working men and women across Wales, and we're going to continue on that momentum.
Yeah, so Clear Powell there, obviously also very upset about Heaven David's death, and talking about the abuse and intimidation that he has received during this campaign. Really very disturbing. There has been, it's been quite divisive. We've heard that from other people as well, this campaign. You have to hope that the community will come back together now. But look, of course they're disappointed. Of course they suspect that there's been a lot of tactical voting, people who do not like Reform, to make sure that they have been kept out. But, you know, they're going to bounce back, aren't they? Because they're still riding high in the polls. They've still got huge support, and they do believe that they are offering something different, that Wales are fed up with Labour, that many people feel that Labour have taken them for granted too long, and that people want change. Reform feel that they can offer that, and I think they're still pretty optimistic about their prospects in the Senedd elections next May.
Well, Catherine Forster, what an extraordinary story there, that the candidate for Plaid Cymru, ready and willing to talk to you, but sort of almost grabbed away by his press advisors at Plaid Cymru. I mean, that does sound like a bit of high drama there on the floor of the count.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. And I mean, there was a time, I don't know if it's still the case, but in the Senedd building, there was a ban on GB News being put on TVs. They were not allowed to show GB News like we're some very sort of dark force. I don't know. But what struck me was the press team could not have been more hostile to us. Let Lindsay Whittle himself, we had a very nice chat before the interview. We did a great interview. He was delighted with it, you know, and he thanked us for being the one channel that that wanted to hear about his friend who sadly died. But there you go.
Those things, isn't it? Well, perhaps if Plaid is going to do well in the next elections, they will need to talk to the people that not just talking to us at GB News, but frankly to the hundreds of thousands of people who watch GB News. But Catherine, thanks indeed for joining us there live from the count. We'll be catching up with you in a little second as well, although it does look like things are wrapping up there. Let's just go through quickly the results in this election, because this is really fascinating, and pay attention to these smaller parties. What's happened to their votes? Well, the Liberal Democrats won 497 votes. The Conservatives, 690. Look at these tiny, tiny numbers. And then we get to Reform UK, 12,113. The Labour Party, 3,713. Plaid Cymru, 15,961. And Gwlad, 117. Now, this is it's the case that only 3 parties actually even kept their deposit in this election. Let's quickly look at 2 others. The Green Party got 516 votes, and UKIP, yes, they're still a thing, they won 79 votes. Well, this is an extraordinary election, not just because of the 2 standout performers, both Plaid and the Reform Party, but also because of what happened to all of the other parties. The amount of vote share that they lost compared to the last time they contested this seat. And on that theme, we've heard from the Welsh Labour leader, Anuled Morgan. This is what she said. This was a by-election in the toughest of circumstances and in the midst of difficulty headwinds nationally. I want to thank our candidate, Richard Tunnicliffe, a good man who stood because of his desire to serve his community. I congratulate Lindsay Whittle on his victory tonight. He returns to the Senedd, continuing his many decades of elected service to the people of Caerphilly. Welsh Labour has heard the frustration on doorsteps in Caerphilly, that the people, that the need to feel change in people's lives has not been quick enough. We take our share of the responsibility for this result. We are listening, we are learning the lessons, and we will come back stronger. Well, that's what the leader of Welsh Labour had to say. But should we discuss some of that now with my panel? Delighted to be joined in the studio by Jack Kellum, Cathy Larkman and Aled Thomas. Jack, let's start with you. Welsh Labour saying they're going to come back from this. They're going to come back stronger. This is perhaps their lowest ebb. Do you believe them?
I mean, it's interesting. There was a lot of talk, I think, for people who had sources in the Senedd and amongst the Welsh Labour Party that there was potentially a bit of a delusion around the result that was going to happen, and that people were saying the polls maybe weren't going to bear them out, as well as some people who were a bit more sceptical of their chance in this. I think this really does have to be a wake-up call for anyone who was still holding out hope that people would return as they had. In the past, I think Labour has relied on people, when they get to the ballot box and they're wavering, in Wales, people vote Labour in that situation. I think what we're starting to see is that close association between people voting for Labour, is beginning to break down in Wales. So, look, it's going to be a big wake-up call, I think.
Cathy, has this fundamentally broken something in people's voting behaviour? It's often said that if you voted one party all your life, all it takes is one election where you choose to not do that, and then suddenly it opens up all those other parties. Suddenly that force of habit can be snapped.
Well, I live in a South Wales constituency, not Caerphilly. But you could replicate a lot of what's happened there in the sort of feelings of people within the constituency that I live, and what I hear from people who are living in Caerphilly. They'd had enough of Labour. They've had enough of the lack of investment, as they see it, in public services, in sort of hyper-local issues such as the closure of leisure centres, the closure of libraries in Caerphilly's case, and the general sort of cost of living issues. And Labour have been in power, since devolution began in Wales. So, they're going to feel the backlash of that lack of delivery, really, to the public in Wales. So if I was one of the remaining Labour MSs, I would be very, very nervous now. And I think we can see that nervousness in the fact that around about, and I might not have the figures exactly right, 14 of the remaining 29 Labour MSs are not even going to stand at the Senedd elections in 2026. They're standing down, including huge figures like Jeremy Miles, Mark Drakeford, Jane Hutt, ministers in the Welsh Labour administration. So they're not even coming back. Are they not coming back because they recognise it's the end of their career? Are they not coming back because they've woken up and they've smelt the coffee even before the Caerphilly by-election? And I would suspect there's a lot of smelling of the coffee going on.
And that's extraordinary, because for people who don't know, the number of members of the Senedd is going to rise from 60 to 96 at the next election. The electoral system is changing, but the entirety of the chamber is changing too. You'd think that if you're an incumbent politician, your chance of being re-elected has massively increased compared to what it were the chamber not going to grow in size by more than a third. I mean, you're going to have fewer votes to maintain your seat. And yet, Aled, lots of people jumping before they're pushed.
Yeah, very interesting, actually. Interesting, Aled Morgan, of course, we talk about difficult headwinds. Some polls show she's not even going to get her seat in Pembrokeshire and Ceredigion, and she's the #1 candidate, which would be...
So that would be less than 12% of the vote for the Labour Party.
Ceredigion and Pembrokeshire, which is essentially a conservative in Pembrokeshire, Plaid Cymru and Ceredigion, sort of made strongholds, reform coming in as well, taking that Labour vote. There's suggestions that she may not even keep her seat, which would be astonishing if the leader of Welsh Labour doesn't win. But I think what she is pointing at, quite right, is the fact that a Plaid Cymru win tonight, but if Reform would have won, it would be the same scenario. Essentially, Labour will likely not be able to pass its budget, which is due in December. If that doesn't happen, forget what you see over the sea with the Democrats and the Republicans. All hell is going to break loose in Cardiff Bay, because councils may have to take emergency action, put council tax up by 20% just to fill gaps. It's all being muted, and that's why the leader of the Welsh Conservatives has said, we will potentially help, we'll have discussions to help them pass their budget if they scrap stamp duty as one of our key asks.
And that's within the gift of the Senedd?
That's, yeah, because in Wales it's devolved, it's called land transaction tax. It's a devolved issue, but we have said if they work with us to scrap that in their budget, we will help them pass their budget. But as of today, as of tonight, Welsh Labour have no majority.
Is that not a risk for the Welsh Conservatives? I mean, if you do a sort of a deal to pass a Labour budget, even if it has one Conservative measure in it, Zia Youssef from the Reform Party has tonight been talking about the Uniparty. Labour and Conservative, he means, as if they're sort of operating as one party. Would you not be feeding his narrative?
No, well, I think that just shows that Zia Youssef and Reform UK haven't actually done their research on Wales. To try and say that there's only two main parties in Wales is just ridiculous. And the fact that Plaid Cymru is clearly... it's a tri-party state, if anything, in Wales. So I really don't think that narrative of... the uni party causing chaos is going to work. That line might work over in England, in the northeast, perhaps in the south-west, it's probably going to work as well. But that isn't the same in Wales. And I think fundamentally, as Conservatives, we always say we are the party of government. We are a government party, whatever it takes to govern. But we're not anarchists. We're not going to crash a Welsh government budget, which is going to send councils into Section 151 notices, because who's going to pay for that is the taxpayer. They're going to have to pay higher council tax. We're not going to do that. We're going to try and work. I don't know what the inner workings are, of course, of it. I mean, it only take a vote or two. Historically, it's been the Liberal Democrat member of the Senedd, Jane Dodds, who has either abstained or conveniently not turned up on the day of the vote to pass the budget. I think last year she got something to do with more funding for social care and greyhound racing or something like that. It was something completely random to get the budget through. But this year it's going to be much more difficult. And we've not said we're going to help them pass, but we said we want the discussion. If we can make that agreement, that's one of our key asks, because that's going to benefit the people of Wales, and that's what the Conservatives are going to keep fighting for.
So, Jack, a real moment of political jeopardy later this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how this unfolds. Like I said, it's been a long time in Wales since we've had this real level of uncertainty about the budget. And like I said, not so far out from a Senedd election. I've got to say, it will take a lot for lots of these parties to risk, like Anna's just said, risk putting council budgets in jeopardy. So I think, yeah, look, it's going to be a really interesting situation to see play out in the Senedd.
And I suppose one of the big thoughts about that is how is it going to affect May? Everything's through the prism of May now. How will this be viewed by the voters in, less than 6 months' time, really? And ultimately, that could mean that the decisions that are being made by these parties are quite short-termist.
Absolutely, and picking up on the point that Aled made around reform, they do need to get to grips with understanding Wales a little better. At the moment they have one representative within the Senedd, Laura Ann Jones, who was formerly with the Conservatives but defected, and from my point of view she's been a superb voice for women in the Senedd, and we hope she'll continue that under reform and perhaps solidify some of reform's policies to apply to appeal to the female voters of Wales, because I'm not convinced that they've really understood that at the moment.
Is it a problem for reform that they don't have a leader in Wales, don't sort of have a party structure in the same way that all the other parties are able to sort of point to who is their candidate for First Minister, who's going to be sort of their front man in government? I mean, presumably for reform it won't be Nigel Farage.
Well, yeah, absolutely it's a case, because people do want to see a figurehead and somebody who's leading really and providing direction, and a huge part really of the sort of the anti-reform vote, then, if I can put it like that, in this by-election has been about, keep out reform, keep out your English masters, in effect. I've seen that constantly playing out in social media or on the street, keep out Nigel Farage at all costs. So it's definitely cost reform, I think, not having a Welsh leader.
Although there is this interesting sort of way to view this election, reform wrapping itself in the Union Jack, although, of course, lots of Welsh flags as well out there. Plaid Cymru wrapping itself in the Welsh language, in Welsh identity much more. And, of course, Wales is a country of many different parts. Some people in Wales feel more kinship with England and some feel precisely the opposite.
Look, I think actually since Rhyd ap Iorwerth has sort of become leader of Plaid Cymru, have tried to sort of play down the sort of really strong Welsh language and cultural aspects, I think, to Plaid Cymru. There's been a focus to really make themselves look like a government in waiting, a bit like the Labour Party in Westminster during the last Conservative government. I think this might be a really big night for them in being a plausible alternative now for many Labour voters in Wales who've always had a sort of soft nationalist sympathy, but when they've got to the ballot box have crossed the box for Labour. And now all of a sudden, Plaid can present themselves as the plausible progressive left option. So it'll be really interesting to see how that turns out at the next Senedd election next May.
Yeah, it is interesting because through some lenses, Plaid is a fairly extreme party, far away from the median Welsh voter. I mean, I'm still not quite sure whether they're in favour of Welsh independence or not. It seems to sort of shift around a little bit, but that's not where the average Welsh voter is.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Plaid Cymru actually know themselves what they are, because and within that group as well, there are right-wing Plaid Cymru members, there are serious hard-left Plaid Cymru members, and the reality is now they're going to get more Senedd members in the next election. We're, of course, going to get more of these people. And as parties get bigger, as we know from the Conservative Party in 2019, as a party gets bigger, it's much, much harder to control. But Welsh politics and Welsh voters are interesting people. When you go to somewhere like, I'll talk Caerphilly, for example, because I stood there in the last general election. They are you talk to the farmers, they are some of the most right-wing people you will meet, and then they'll vote Plaid Cymru. They're not nationalists, but it's the Welsh language that clinches it for them.
Isn't this similar to how the SNP used to behave in Scotland? Tartan Tories, they were called. The SNP were seen as a sort of right-wing alternative for Labour, to Labour for many years, and they did have a significant Conservative element within that party. I mean, actually, in some ways, a fairly right-wing nationalist element, and that seemed to sort of basically disappear under Nicola Sturgeon. But that heritage within the SNP is perhaps closer to where Plaid is now.
Yeah, potentially. It's an interesting point, because actually I could have seen some mileage. There's a big debate about this in the Welsh Conservative Party, but I could have seen some mileage of a bit of a coalition between the Welsh Conservatives and Plaid Cymru to an extent, where we find common ground on centre-right issues. Obviously, nationalism would never be part of that deal, but Reform came, not Reform, but Plaid Cymru came straight out the bat and said, there's no way we'll work with the Tories. They battered us out straight away, which is fine for them. But there are genuinely voters out there telling me that they would like to see a Plaid Cymru Conservative coalition, which sounds completely random.
But I suppose in Scotland you got the Conservatives working with the SNP after 2007, when the SNP didn't quite get enough for a majority, but sort of were by surprise the largest party. They passed budgets on the back of Conservative votes in Scotland. Can we zoom out for a second and look at the sort of implications of what the votes tonight will be for the wider country? I mean, it's interesting to see Wales in a bubble, but I suppose, I mean, we've been hearing all night, Welsh voters don't live in a bubble. I mean, we all consume the same media. We all sort of hear about national parties and UK-wide politics too. What can we learn from Caerphilly tonight that is applicable across the rest of the country?
I think one of the main takeaways, I do think the unpopularity of a Westminster Labour government has played a really big role in this. I think there's not always a clear differentiation for Welsh voters between what's being done by the Senedd and what's taking place at Westminster. It's undoubted, if you really look at Labour's plunge in the polls in Wales, that really does coincide quite dramatically with the unpopularity of a Westminster Labour government. So I do think, actually, that unpopularity at a national level has really fed into this vote. Although there are, of course, as we've just been discussing, really some really specific voter patterns in Wales as well, I think, which we need to pay attention to.
And that is interesting, because the unpopularity of the Labour Party in Westminster has been like nothing that we've seen before. I mean, I don't think there's been a single government in the history of modern democracy in the United Kingdom that within such a short space of time from an election has fallen quite so precipitously, quite so fast.
Yeah, I agree, Tom, and I think the real difficulty that Welsh Labour have found themselves in is that when there was a Conservative government, Welsh Labour were always able to point the finger really at Westminster and say it's those up the road there in London. It's all their fault. They're holding us back. You know, everything would be wonderful here if it wasn't for them. And then, of course, general election came about and everything changed, and they weren't able to do that anymore. And as you've said, you know, there's been a huge fall in popularity for UK Labour and for the Prime Minister since that time. So that fact that they can't lay the blame at their door anymore, now they're tainted with that, and they haven't got the escape hatch of blame anymore.
No, it's a really interesting dynamic.
I think one of the biggest things I've thought tonight, my takeaway, you know, is don't look at the polls. The only poll that matters is polling day. You know, Reform were polling, was it 4% ahead of Plaid Cymru? They were a shoo-in to win. Nigel Farage was definitely sat in the car tonight waiting whether to go in or not. There's no way he just happened to not be there. He was there somewhere waiting to whether or not he should go in. And I think, you know, I haven't got the percentage figures in front of me, but what did they come, say, about 4 or 5 percentage points behind?
We've got Plaid was on 47.4%. Reform was on 36%.
There you go.
So 11% behind. But, and perhaps here's where everyone's going to argue about who performed better, Plaid increased their vote by 19%. Reform increased their vote by 34%.
Yeah, I think that obviously reflects coming from that's from the previous Senedd election, I assume, where it was a much smaller party there. We didn't have the sort of the 2024 general election push coming through. But I think the wider point here is a poll is a poll. You need to go out there and earn every vote. And I think maybe Reform have been a bit complacent in Caerphilly, and that might steer them nationally to either work harder to try and earn more votes. But the reality is, I think on a national level, it is still the Nigel Farage show. And until that changes, you know, things could change very quickly. He could come out and do an interview tomorrow, say the wrong thing, and all of a sudden the poll lead be completely wiped out. So a poll is a poll, but the only thing that matters is getting out there on the day.
Well, here's an interesting point, and I wonder, would this result have been different had we not known the polls? If there wasn't that poll that said Reform was marginally ahead and the only challenger to Reform really was Plaid Cymru, had the voters not known where the parties were, might we have got a very different result?
I mean, I think that poll was a telephone poll as well, and there's always a difference. You know, with sample size, people are much more likely to say that they're going to vote and vote for a specific party over the telephone. So that's one thing. I think quickly as well, also, you know, still on election day, your ground game matters. Plaid, despite not winning this seat before, have an established party presence. Caerphilly have an established base of activists. Cardiff is close with lots of young people, I think, coming out to canvass. So it does matter, I think. And, you know, Reform is starting from such a low base in Caerphilly that trying to ensure you maximise turnout of your voters is much harder.
I wonder, Cathy, do you think that sometimes opinion polls can influence more than they describe?
I think that has potentially happened during this, really. I think it would have certainly, those indications that Reform were around 4% ahead of Plaid Cymru may have galvanised some individuals to cast a vote for Plaid Cymru to keep Reform out, given the publicity as well and the sort of, you know, the messaging that was going on out there. You know, that certainly may have happened. I don't think we can underestimate the fact as well 16 and 17-year-olds can vote in Senedd elections. It'll be interesting to look at the age breakdown. There was a huge turnout compared to other Senedd elections for this as well, considerably higher. So all these factors come into play.
Yeah, really interesting that the turnout for this by-election, normally by-elections are sort of half the turnout of a normal election, and yet this by-election had a higher turnout than the previous time this constituency went to vote at a Senedd election. Lots to get stuck into there, but of course earlier this evening our political correspondent Catherine Forster spoke with the Welsh Deputy First Minister Hugh Davies. Let's listen in.
It's been a really tough night, and we're disappointed because losing Caerphilly, particularly in the circumstances as well with Heaven, I miss Heaven dearly. But we thought we could retain this with a good candidate, a good campaign. It hasn't worked out this time, so that's clearly a disappointment. But we couldn't have thrown more at it. We couldn't have had a better candidate or more energetic campaign. So I think for us there, and all credit to Lindsay Whittle, you know, he's a successful candidate tonight. I think what we need to do now is actually rapidly reflect what did we hear on the doorstep, what do we need to do to win this back in May, because that's where we reset now, is 6 months before the May election, this seat and all the seats in Wales will be up for grabs. How do we earn those votes back?
Yes, you don't have long till May, as you say, and Labour have been in power in Wales, of the Senedd, since 1999. Are we now looking at a point where many Welsh people simply feel that it's time for a change and they're just fed up with you and your record?
Well, the way we avoid that, the only way we avoid that, is actually by earning people's votes. And you don't do that by resting on your laurels and saying it'll be the same continuation. What you need to do is actually reinvigorate yourself in government. So over the last year, for example, since Lynette Morgan became First Minister, first thing she did was went out and actually said, I'm going to listen to what people are telling me, what's important. And there were things such as investment in the streets and the highways and town centres. We've done that, we've got on with it. Investment in bringing waiting times down because they've been too high in Wales. So over the last year, 12 months, we brought them down by 2/3, those longest waiting times. Ambulance waiting times are down as well. But it hasn't been in time to actually convince the people here in Caerphilly.
Well, that's what Hugh Davies had to say to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster. Now, this is an interesting election in so many different ways, partly because what has happened in the course of this election. We've been discussing the polls, we've been discussing how the polls might have actually influenced more than they've described in some ways. But one interesting element here has been a scandal, really, that has hit the Reform Party across Wales, and that's the former leader of Reform in Wales, a man called Nathan Gill, who was found guilty of taking bribe money from Russia. Now, Jack, this clearly will have played a role.
Yeah, I think so. I'd be interested to know how much it has been picked up by people in Caerphilly. We were just chatting as a panel. We think, you know, potentially this is something that's influenced people in their votes. It really is a quite remarkable story when, you know, like I said, he's been found guilty. This isn't a set of rumours. He's admitted and pleaded guilty to accepting money from a Ukrainian politician, if I'm right, when he was a member of the European Parliament, to ask particular sort of pro-Russian questions, basically. So, I mean, it really does sort of cast a light, I think, for many people on perhaps some of the shady finances and for people involved within Reform in Wales.
Now, of course, what Nigel Farage says is that he had absolutely no idea. Nathan Gill was a bad apple. He expelled Nathan Gill when he heard about this, and we've heard other Reform figures distance themselves to a huge extent from Nathan Gill. He was leader of Reform in Wales when Reform was polling around 2% in the national polls. How seriously should we take this, Cathy?
Well, when it comes to an issue of trust, when people are deciding where to vote, I mean, I think we've seen where that's headed tonight. You know, there was this question mark because Llŷr Powell from Reform had once been a caseworker for Nathan Gill, albeit he will say, obviously, that he wasn't any aware of any of this scandal, and it wasn't at that particular time as well for him. But when it comes to an issue of trust as to where you're going to place your vote, you've got Lindsay Whittle then for Plaid Cymru, who has stood in every Senedd election, is well known in the area, who's represented the party on the council. Other councillors know him, has stood in Westminster elections, is well known in the constituency. So if it does boil down to trust, then he's clearly going to win that trust vote, isn't he?
Aled, are we sort of applying too many national trends then when there are specific local factors?
No, I think how that kind of Russian element, or certainly the Nathan Gill element, has affected this election particularly is the fact that the positive polling for reform in the seat has led a bigger media attention, and then people have made that connection. All of a sudden, where if there wasn't such a big polling presence and a big media presence, perhaps Llyr Plawr could have slipped under the radar, gone through. Nobody really would have, a couple of local journalists perhaps might have picked it up, but it wouldn't have become such a national story. And I think it is, with best intentions sometimes, the candidate, I think incumbency and how you are as a candidate can only affect up to a maximum of 6%. I think sometimes they say even 0.6% it can be. People are really voting for big parties like this. I think one of the biggest, perhaps, if you're looking at a really local level, I think is the fact that Lindsay Whittle has been there for so long, trying for so long, was close friends with Hefin David. I think that's probably pipped him there, but I would probably hazard a guess that the close links between Llyr Plawr and Nathan Gill, perhaps, there may be nothing wrong there, but those close links probably have cost him the seat tonight.
Are we aware of much literature that was put out in this election? I have heard that Plaid were really going on this issue, but whether that was going through every single letterbox in the constituency, who knows?
Yeah, there has been a bit, but it's actually, I think, Welsh Labour who've come unstuck, because I believe that Reform UK got an injunction against Welsh Labour, and they had to take down lots of their social media posts, which were sort of insinuating that Llyr Plawr and Reform were in bed with Putin and Russia, etc. So there is clearly some dirty play. I'm not surprised at them saying that it's actually quite toxic down there in Caerphilly, because this hasn't been a nice election. And actually, I typically think it's, given the circumstances of a very sad death in very sad circumstances, I would hope that politicians would hold a bit more decorum than the dirty play they've been throwing around. That sort of general election-style stuff, I would expect, what they've been doing. But they've really been going hard, because they can see how important it is, both to the Senedd with the budget, as I said, but nationally, because this could affect the direction of travel. A bad defeat tonight is only going to feed into the narrative that Keir Starmer's lost control.
Became really totemic across the country. And to that end, let's speak to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, live in Caerphilly at that count. Catherine, this is going to be felt across the country.
Yes, it really is. Pretty much everyone has packed up. Oh, I think my voice is going. We've run out of tea. Things are looking pretty bleak here. My crew are giggling hysterically. It's that time of the morning. But look, yes, this is a big moment. It's history, because Caerphilly ruled by Labour for 100 years. They just always thought it would be Labour, because it always had been. People voted the way that their parents and grandparents had voted, but that's all changing now, isn't it? And we are seeing increasingly, yes, we saw it, in 2024 with the Conservatives booted out after 14 years. Now people fed up with Labour in Westminster, but here, of course, Labour have been in power in Wales for 26 years. And what struck me on several times that I've covered Welsh politics for GB News over the last couple of years is how fed up ordinary people are. They feel that things are not working, the waiting lists are long, the education standards are not great. There was the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's been measures for sort of rewilding for farmers. Been all sorts of things that have been really annoying voters here in Wales. And then we've got this huge restructuring of the Senedd. So this first past the post system that we had tonight with the candidates, people knew who they were voting for, and in the case of Lindsay Whittle specifically from Plaid, who went on to win by, well, nearly 4,000 votes, having been trying to get elected here for literally decades, people knew him, people liked him. He was a local man that has been, devoted his life pretty much to public service. But that's all going to change next May because the voting system is changing. The Senedd is going to have 96 people in it rather than the current 60. It's going to be the D'Hondt proportional representational voting system. You're going to be voting for a party rather than a particular person. But one of the things that struck me most about what the Deputy First Minister said when we interviewed him on GB News a little bit earlier, I was asking him about the fact that Labour are now at both ends of the M4 motorway and the fact that Labour are now in Westminster and not very popular. I said, is that a help or a hindrance? Now, of course, you'd have expected him to say a help, but he didn't. He was very tactful. He didn't say it was a hindrance, but he did say, look, we always knew it was going to be very difficult. But clearly, people are fed up with Labour in Westminster. A lot of them are fed up with Labour here as well. And he was talking about saying, obviously they got some things wrong and they need to listen. They think they can turn things around for the Senedd election next May. I'm not sure that they can. But talking about Rachel Reeves and the budget, we don't know what she's going to do. Some speculation that income tax might have to rise. There's a £30 billion black hole or thereabouts, isn't there? Governing is hard, but on whatever side of the M4 you are, people are pretty fed up at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that is perhaps one of the most interesting things tonight. Yes, a story in Wales, but how much can we take from this to look at the state of the government in the wider country? It looks like there is a story that is being underplayed here, and that is the relative success of Reform UK. Their vote share up by more than 30%. Reform emerging as the challengers to Plaid Cymru in Wales, just as they're emerging as a challenger to the SNP in Scotland, to the Tories in southern England, to the Lib Dems in some other areas, to the Labour Party in the northeast. I mean, wherever you look around the country, it seems that the government of the United Kingdom is in retreat, and to a greater or lesser extent, the Reform Party is on the march.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Reform had hoped to win this seat. They didn't. But, of course, they surged enormously from where they were. There is still a pattern. And, of course, people in Wales had a choice to go for Reform, who are not in power, or to go for Plaid. That's a choice that people in England do not have in the same way. So if you're fed up with Labour and you're fed up with the Conservatives, you are going to the other parties that are not in power. And look at the polls. Reform, yes, sure, they'll be disappointed. I'm no doubt that Nigel Farage would have been coming in here, would have been triumphant like he was at Runcorn and Helsby. But still, look at where they are and look at how people are turning to them, not just former Tories, and of course there's quite a few of those that have defected to Reform, but lots of former Labour voters too, particularly in areas that people feel that they've been forgotten, that feel that the system is not working for them. So I think Reform, disappointed, yes, but will absolutely be heartened too that they did do so well, because it shows a direction of travel that we see in the polls, and it is real. And come the Senedd elections next May, I think they will expect to do very, very well. And of course, that could be a signal of what could come in 3 years or so in Westminster too.
Well, Catherine Forster, live in Caerphilly, thanks indeed for that update. Now, let's return to my panel for a second, because Jack Pelham, could this be perhaps a bit of a bear trap for the other parties? If they think, Reform was beaten here, they perhaps will miss the wood for the trees, the underlying rise in their vote share.
Look, I think when we talked a lot about the difficulties Labour are facing and we're changing now. We've talked a bit about the sort of success, but not quite fully breakthrough of Reform here. We shouldn't really underplay Plaid's performance here. They've not, in the history of in the South Wales area, they've not had many constituency MSs in traditional South Wales seats. So I think, look, it is a breakthrough moment for them. Yeah, we've had Leanne Wood in Rhondda, but not many who've been elected directly through a first-past-the-post system here. So we really do need to actually see this as quite a breakthrough moment for them as well. They've been waiting for a latent sort of set of Labour voters who've always been quite sympathetic to them in Wales, but have been reluctant to fully, mark the sort of ballot paper next to the Plaid Cymru symbol. And, what it seems to have taken is a really unpopular Westminster Labour government, which we've not had for quite a while, but also quite a tired Labour government now in the Senedd too. So there seems to be, I think, actually a breakthrough moment for Plaid, and we shouldn't underplay that.
And yet, was it a positive vote for Plaid or a negative vote for Plaid? I mean, you see the way that all the other parties are so squeezed down to less than 1,000 votes for Lib Dems, for the Tories, for the Greens. I mean, all of these parties losing their deposits.
Oh, look, there's definitely an element in the seat. We've discussed this. There's definitely an element of tactical voting around Plaid, who I know, just as much as there were people who are enthusiastically voting reform, there is a big anti-reform vote in Wales. There are people who are desperate not to see parties like Reform. What they see is the sort of, a Thatcherite party reincarnated, which I know might miss the mark, but that's how people see it in Wales, and will get out and vote as a bloc to try and turn that out. However, it is a big moment for Plaid Cymru to win a constituency seat in South Wales. It hasn't happened very often.
Now, that is, of course, something that perhaps will be talked about so much over the coming days, that this was a moment of victory for Plaid and a missed mark for Reform. I wonder, Cathy, is this a story of expectation management as well? Nigel Farage, not exactly a shrinking violet, someone who's always going to say, look, we're going to win big, almost whatever he faces. Is there a lesson here for Nigel Farage and the Reform Party to manage people's expectations in a perhaps wiser way?
I think if Reform manage this situation really well, they will learn from it, make necessary adjustments and plan their next campaign maybe more effectively, having learned from some of the sort of bear traps, really, of this one. So I think potentially it's a launch pad to greater success. There's no doubt that there's a huge trajectory towards Reform, particularly in South Wales and the South Wales valleys. That's clear from sort of speaking to any member of the public, really, in South Wales. And I think, the Caerphilly by-election, make no mistake, there's a huge sort of protest vote element there, both a sort of protest vote against Labour, Labour being seen as very tired in Wales and not having delivered, fairly or unfairly associated with UK Labour as well, and also that pitch to keep Reform out. I'm not really clear, I have to say, whether a large part of that Plaid Cymru vote was actually voting for Plaid Cymru's policies, because I didn't see a lot about pitching of Plaid Cymru's policies, really, during this election campaign. It seemed to be all more about keeping other people out, making sure Labour lost the seat and keeping out Reform.
And Aled, just very briefly on that point, a negative campaign then from Plaid?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. That's how Plaid operates. They are an evangelical party, an evangelical group of people. Whatever they say is gospel, and if you disagree with them, you are the devil. And you see that in everything. When you just try and have a decent conversation with them around immigration, you're a bad person. Try to talk about women's rights, you're an awful human being. Whatever it is, they will be negative about you, in my view.
Interesting stuff. Well, it's been a historic night so far, of course, in Wales, as Plaid Cymru beat Labour to win the Caerphilly by-election. Thanks indeed to my panel, Aled Thomas, Jack Kellum and Cathy Larkman. Stay with us here on GB News. We bring you all the latest analysis. Welcome back to Vote 2025. It's now 4 o'clock in the morning. My name's Tom Harwood, and this is indeed Vote 2025. The people decide. Caerphilly by-election.
I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly constituency.
Plaid Cymru and Reform UK fought tooth and nail in the race, but Plaid's Lindsay Whittle took the prize.
Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales.
But the Reform Party put their heart and soul into the race.
I'm grateful to every voter that came to the ballot box and voted for reform, despite the fear and attacks that have been put against them by the other parties.
Well, for their part, the Labour Party has suffered a catastrophic defeat. After a century representing the area in Westminster, and since the beginning of the life for the Welsh Assembly, now the Senedd, is this the day that Labour lost Wales?
I still passionately believe in Welsh Labour, its values and its vision for the future. So while we may have lost today, I won't stop campaigning for that future.
Yes, the Welsh Labour Party is looking ahead to next May's Senedd elections, reflecting on what went quite so wrong.
Couldn't have thrown more at it. We couldn't have had a better candidate or more energetic campaign. I think what we need to do now is actually rapidly reflect what did we hear on the doorstep, what do we need to do to win this back in May.
Let's not forget, this seat, Caerphilly, has been held by Labour since its inception as a Welsh Assembly/Senedd seat in 1999, and of course, since a Westminster seat, 1918. So is this the night that Welsh, and indeed British politics, shifted forever?
Uni-party, as we like to call it, the Labour Party and the Tory Party, will struggle to get even a quarter of the vote share today. So there is a total and historic realignment in British politics happening in real time.
Well, we'll be live throughout the night, bringing you the very latest news and analysis of this historic election result. Joining me throughout will be the Welsh Conservative councillor, Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy, Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator, Cathy Larkman. Well, don't go anywhere. This is Vote 2025. The people decide. Yes, it's been a political earthquake in Caerphilly tonight. After holding the area for more than a century, Welsh Labour has lost to Plaid Cymru's Lindsay Whittle. Well, he's emerged victorious with a majority of almost 4,000 votes, a swing of almost 27% from the Labour Party. Well, Nigel Farage's party, meanwhile, was hoping to win its first seat at the ballot box for the Caerphilly constituency, win that Welsh Senedd member. But it pledged to throw everything at its campaign. The by-election was called, of course, following the sudden death of Hefin David, who had served as a member of the Senedd for Caerphilly since 2016. Well, let's speak with our panel now. The Welsh Conservative councillor, Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy, Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator, Cathy Larkman. Cathy, let's start with you. What is your biggest takeaway from tonight?
Well, Labour have got some massive reality checking to go on in relation to Wales. They can't take for granted now the votes of the Welsh public anymore, particularly in South Wales. So it's right back to the drawing board for them, really. And if I'm honest, I cannot see them fixing this in the 6 months before the Senedd elections. You know, it really is a huge, monumental task for Labour. And that's the big take, you know, that the secondary question is what do Reform learn from this, really, in relation to the campaign that they've run, and how do they take that forward into May 2026? Do they develop their Welsh identity and make their Welsh identity stronger? Was it a mistake not having a Welsh leader and paying more attention, really, to Welsh politics?
This is a really interesting point, Aled, because there is a significant constituency in Wales that cares most about their Welsh identity. But there's also quite a significant constituency in Wales that doesn't speak the Welsh language, that perhaps feels British more than Welsh. And these are two different constituencies to cater to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way you would campaign in the Mid and West Wales would be completely different to how you would campaign in the Valleys and South Wales. I think, though, Reform aren't really caring much about that at the moment. They are still branding themselves as Nigel Farage's party. They haven't got any candidates for the next Senedd election. I think pretty much every other party has now got at least the top four, if not the top 5 or 6. And they will wait until the absolute last minute. I wouldn't be surprised if they release them on the 6-week mark, because Nigel Farage is what people are going out to vote for. In West Wales, you know, not necessarily in my council ward, because they've got such an excellent councillor, but in other places you go out campaigning and people say, I'm voting for Nigel, and you say, well, Nigel actually isn't standing here in this small little town in Pembrokeshire. And they go, well, I'm voting for Nigel anyway. So he will want his name to be the key focus right until the last moment. So I don't think what Cathy's saying is strictly true. I don't think they will learn that lesson.
And yet, is that not one of Reform's greatest assets? I mean, I was speaking with some pollsters at the Labour Party conference just last month who were saying when they poll people, granted across the wider country, I'm sure the same is true in Wales as well, the name recognition of senior politicians is on the floor. Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party, around half the country can name her. For Robert Jenrick, it's around 5%, which is astonishing for people who are bathed in politics. But it's true for people who are less politically obsessive, perhaps people who aren't awake at 4 in the morning watching an analysis of a Welsh by-election for the Senedd. But for those people who aren't awake and watching this programme right now, the two politicians in the country that have the highest name recognition, the two active serving politicians, Keir Starmer, Nigel Farage. I mean, that is a massive asset for the Reform Party.
Oh, no, without a doubt, and it's a clear strategy. It's a massive asset for the Reform Party, but being as it is past 4 a.m, we can start quoting. I went to see Hamilton this week, and of course there's a line in Hamilton that says, winning is easy, but governing is harder. So they can keep, they are utilising probably a strategy I would utilise myself if I was in their position, but it's a case of how long can they do that? They are clearly going to do very well in the Senedd elections next year, but how well they do there and how they operate once they finally have their fingers on the levers of government will massively affect how then they will proceed for the 2029 or 2028 general election. Because, of course, my view is that I think Farage would like to be the largest party in Wales, but not actually govern.
You don't think Farage would like to be in the room where it happens?
I don't think... that's also a very good reference. But no, I don't think he would like to be in the room where it happens, because if he wants to go after Labour, the best way for him to do that strategically, and perhaps if Reform UK, if you're watching, I'm free for any strategy meetings, they would be the largest party, be in opposition, and they will point the finger and say, Keir Starmer won't let us do this, won't let us do that. Keir Starmer's flooding us with immigration, because, of course, that isn't devolved to Wales. They will use it as a parapet to shout at Labour constantly, and that will only benefit Reform UK in the end.
I think you've also got a situation where it's conceivable that Reform win the single biggest number of votes or percentage of votes for the next election, but are kept out of government through a progressive coalition of other parties who can form a majority, which gives, I think, another useful angle for an opposition to sort of potentially frame it as thwarting the will of the Welsh people around democracy. Of course, that's how democracies work and how proportional systems work, but it certainly might be a favourable tactic for Reform.
But of course, Nigel Farage has, throughout the course of this campaign, said that he's serious and he wants to govern Wales. Should we take a listen?
Our aim is very simple. Our aim is to win. Our aim is to win a majority, and our aim as a party is to govern in Wales.
Well, Jack, I mean, that's a stated ambition.
Yes, I mean, I think it'll take a lot to see Reform actually form the next government in Wales. I mean, again, we're still not pretty sure if he wants to govern Wales what any of the policies he'll put forward are. One of the other Reform candidates was on a programme on Esbodrec on S4C, a Welsh language channel last week, and when pressed for what policies Reform had, he said, we don't have any for Wales. So, I mean, it is quite an ambition to govern Wales without any sets of policies, less than a year out from the next election. Like I said, I think it's going to be left very vague and up until the last minute, partly because, like I said, I'm not sure they necessarily strategically want to actually form the next government. But it's not good to say that, is it?
Well, I suppose not, but ultimately, there is always this question when a party wins the most seats but doesn't have a coalition deal to govern. I mean, I remember back to the 2010 election when the Conservatives won the most seats, but for a period of 6 days, we were unsure who the government was going to be. And for some time, Gordon Brown, then Prime Minister, was telling everyone who would listen, well, we could cobble together a coalition. And yet the pressure became so much. I mean, he was called Squatter Brown because he'd lost the election. Everyone could see he'd lost the election. He got fewer votes and fewer seats than the party that came first. Is it really credible for a party that comes first, with the most votes and the most seats, to be locked out of power? That hasn't happened before in the United Kingdom.
Certainly will be very, very interesting if that happens in Wales, because, you know, everything changes in May 2026 for the Senedd, as we know, as we've discussed. You know, the system of voting, the amount of constituencies will be less. So they'll go down to 16 constituencies. The number of MSs will increase. So in some ways, it's very, very difficult to predict exactly what's going to happen. But I think certainly, you know, a lot of predictions prior to this were that if Reform did become did have the most Senedd members in May 2026, it was conceivable that Labour and Plaid together could then combine and Reform be kept out of sort of governing Wales.
Yeah, but Aled, this hasn't happened before anywhere in the United Kingdom.
We're in totally unprecedented, uncharted waters, particularly in Wales. We're going to be the litmus test about, I think, if we're going to have proportional representation even trying to be introduced in the UK, you know, in Westminster. We don't know what's going to happen until the day after, you know, perhaps maybe around this time on the 6th or 7th of May in 2026, we'll have a better idea. But of course, to be the largest party, you would need 48 votes. Or to have a majority, I would say 48 votes, technically 49, but the convention in the Senedd is different because the Llywydd or the Speaker can technically vote with, or typically votes with the government. So they would need, for Reform to be the largest party on its own, between 48 and 49 people. It doesn't look like that's happening, but who, if they are the largest party, only just, who is going to be their only dancing partner? It's going to have to be the Conservatives, isn't it? Because I think Plaid have certainly ruled themselves out. Labour, I'm pretty sure, will do the exact same. The Liberal Democrats aren't going to go near, or the Greens, because they might get one or two. So it's going to have to be us. Now, whether we want to do a hard coalition, because as you said previously in the show, that the minor parties typically get hammered as the junior party in a coalition, or whether
not in a fun way.
Not in a fun way, of course, but whether we just actually look at maybe working with them if this is the scenario on a case-by-case basis, because ultimately, you know, people say that Reform UK is a right-wing, conservative-style party. I personally think they're a left-wing socialist party. They don't seem to have the economic right policies that the Welsh Conservatives have. So whether we can find common ground or not, I don't know.
And yet we're about to hear from Nigel Farage in the coming weeks, or indeed next month or so, a major economic intervention to set out Reform's stall on this. Are you not convinced?
Well, we had all of his policies that he said about a year ago have been put in the bin on the economy already. So I don't believe whatever he says in a few weeks will still be valid at the time of the next election, because he'll just build them again when it suits.
But Darren Miller hasn't, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives, hasn't ruled out.
No. He has said we will work with any party that we need to rule Wales.
So is this credible that there could be a Reform Conservative coalition?
I mean, I think Alad's got far more intel on the sort of inner workings of a Conservative party. I mean,
with the numbers.
Oh, with the numbers, it's conceivable, could make sense. And the point I was just going to make was that, you know, post-election negotiations, agreements, coalitions aren't particularly, sort of antithetical to Welsh politics. We've had it quite a lot. I think the One Wales government back about 15 years ago took a while to work out. Labour's only really ruled, I think, in one majority administration. So it isn't unfamiliar to Welsh voters or Welsh political system. It would be different if it was potentially the largest party not forming that government. I think with the Tories, it's interesting. I think, you know, I'd be interested to know what Aled thinks about their sort of strategy. It feels like lots of the Welsh Tories over recent years have been trying to sort of ape Reform in many respects. There's been a sort of shift towards much of a sort of language discourse sort of obsession with forms of online politics and sort of Twitter-based online politics that, you know, potentially wasn't the sort of default setting of many Welsh Tories for much of a Senedd history. I mean, so there's been a lot of sort of aping of reform. Whether they'd want to actually prop them up, that's another question.
Well, Aled, respond to that.
Well, I think it would totally depend on the scenario. I can't see a situation where the Conservatives would join a formal coalition.
But are you aping reform?
I don't know. I think reform. Well, I think reform are aping the Conservatives. You know,
Well, let's take some issues, because the Reform Party has always wanted to come out of the ECHR. Just at the start of this month, the Conservative Party decided it wants to come out of the ECHR. When it comes to sort of a tougher line on migration, changing the rules on people with permanent settled status, indefinite leave to remain, all of these things, the Conservative Party's moved closer to the Reform Party position.
Yeah, but there are also, I suppose, scenarios where the Reform Party have changed their tactic to as close to the Conservative Party. We're seeing Labour doing the same. It's just the way. I think it's what it is.
Where has the Reform Party moved closer to the Tory Party?
Well, I think, certainly on the economy or economic policies, we've seen. We all know that the way if the Conservatives are going to win again is going to be going hard on economic policy. And we've seen now that Reform are sort of moving to a more, perhaps, small C Conservative approach on economic policies by the fact that some of their, fantasy economics that they had at the last general election, they have now scrapped. And we'll see what comes out in Nigel Farage's economic intervention in a few weeks' time. But I would be surprised if scrapping stamp duty will probably be in there as well.
Look, you would think that there would be some sort of centre-right, sort of liberal centre-right space, especially within the electoral system, a proportional system we're going to have at the next election. Welsh Conservatives, this is a party, it's throwing some names around again at 4:15. It was a party of people like Nick Bourne, David Melding, even Andrew RT before he sort of went down a certain sort of Twitter rabbit hole. You'd think, historically this was a fairly sort of liberal Tory party in Wales. Not completely, but it was a sort of strand of pro-devolution, centre-right politics, which is not from all of our representatives in Wales, but just largely shifted away. You'd wonder if there was a space, if there's a much more clear sort of right-wing alternative. I know we might disagree about the economic policies to classify as right-wing or not, but I wonder if I think there's a space potentially on the centre-right in a proportional system, which makes strategic sense for the Tories.
I suppose all of these terms are utterly debatable in and of themselves. What is a Liberal Party? I mean, today compared to 15 years ago, it'd be a completely different thing. Compared to 30 years ago, it'd be a completely different space as well. Let's hold that conversation and return to it in just a moment's time. But of course, our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, is live in Caerphilly for us at the count. Catherine, are you just about the last person in this counting hall?
We are the last person broadcasting, absolutely, and have been for, I think, a couple of hours. There's still a few people loitering around in the corner, I think maybe doing some editing and stuff. I see lots of food. We've got a few custard creams left, but we are down to the dregs here. But just to change the topic a little bit, because our political editor, Christopher Hope, has his Choppers Political podcast, of course, which goes live at 6 o'clock on a Friday, but we're going to give you a little sneak peek into that. Now, of course, one of the Prime Minister's many current difficulties is around the grooming gangs, the national statutory inquiry, which the government have to say under an awful lot of pressure, and after many months of saying it wasn't necessary, were ultimately sort of forced into announcing. They're having a lot of difficulty, aren't they? Because a couple of people that they had in mind for chairs have both said that they don't want to be considered this week. There's been a row too because some of the victims have said that they will only stay on the child exploitation inquiry panel if Jess Phillips, the safeguarding minister, resigns. They are upset about her basically saying that it wasn't the case, that there'd been some suggestions that the inquiry might be broadened out. And then there's been other survivors have sent a letter to the Prime Minister saying that they will only continue on the panel if Jess Phillips stays. So it's all very complicated. It's all very difficult. Jess Phillips' position, I think, is precarious, although she has spent her career devoted, really, much of it to fighting to protect women and girls. But anyway, Natalie Fleet, who is the new, since last summer, Labour MP for Bolsover, talked to Christopher Hope about Jess Phillips. Let's have a look at what she had to say.
A safeguarding minister who's been campaigning on laws like mine for years, who has made sure that we've got people like me in Parliament. She cares deeply. She will not let there be a stitch up. She will make sure there's a proper inquiry with a proper chair. She will never, ever let us have cheap political fixers. So get a chair in quickly. She wants it to be the right chair. She wants it to be the person that's going to actually do the work. She wants victims to be listened to. She's so determined for it not to be a cover-up or a stitch-up that she's made sure that she isn't having anything to do with it. And this is all an independent external charity.
Sure,
You've then got...
That is who she is. She is
Yes,
the person.
she
But I don't know
is.
why that's not cutting through with me.
Because I'll tell you why. The second part, we don't trust people. If people come and knock on my door, I don't answer. My husband does.
Victims, you mean?
Yeah. I think that if you've got into a position where you're groomed in the first place, things have probably been quite tricky. I've got a history of homelessness and domestic violence, things that I don't have to talk about because other people do, thank God. I only talk about rape because nobody else is doing. Life has been quite tough, and I've been taught not to trust the police, not to trust people that I can remember my next door neighbour said to me, I'm not going to Shore Star. It's full of social workers that want to take my kids off me. So they have been let down for so long. And then this is what really, really gets to me. The last government, Kemi Badenoch was Women and Equalities Minister. She never mentioned grooming. Now it's advantageous to her. She's using victims to have a go at the government. When she had the power to help us, she didn't. She left us. She was another one of the long list of people that let us down. Now she's using us again. So I see these victims that don't trust government, police, the establishment, and we are part of that. So I'd like them, I know that Jess has reached out to them, I'd like them to get to a place where they can trust Jess and see that she's doing the right things for the right reasons, because she won't let there be a cover-up. And I'd like them to have faith in an independent inquiry.
They're giving... So Natalie Fleet, they're giving a very passionate defence of Jess Phillips. And of course, Jess Phillips, we heard every year she reads out the names of women killed at the hands of men in this country, and it's usually a very, very long list. One of the things that struck me, though, listening to that, was how she had a go at Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, saying that she had been Women and Equalities Minister and hadn't mentioned grooming. And something that did strike me a few months ago when all of this exploded, there was a particular PMQs that we came out of, and we were talking to Kemi Badenoch's spokesperson, and we asked how many grooming gang victims Kemi Badenoch had actually met. And he said, well, she hasn't met anybody. Now, that was rectified within a few days, but I think it is a sad reflection, isn't it, really, how clearly it is not just Labour that is struggling with this. It's not just Labour that this is awkward for. This has been a failure of successive governments, successive people in power, because it's politically difficult. People wanted to look the other way. These girls have been failed for decades, and many people still not being brought for justice. So a failure, something Labour are struggling to get to grips with, but a failure of successive governments and local councils up and down the country.
That is so true and so harrowing, and hearing what Natalie Fleet had to say, I think is difficult not to be moved by it. But I suppose it doesn't change the fact that the Labour Party is in government now. They do have the opportunity now to get some semblance of justice for the survivors of this horrific abuse. And they haven't been applying the political urgency in the eyes of many of the survivors, 4 of whom resigned from the panel of the inquiry that still doesn't have a chair months after being announced. And of course the government that dragged its feet before announcing it anyway. I mean, there is a lot that the government seemingly has missed the mark on.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, let's just remember where this all snowballed from this time. It was really a story by our own Charlie Peters about how Jess Phillips had failed to respond to a letter about a local inquiry for 3 months. When he broke that story last Christmas, that was then retweeted and massively inflated by Elon Musk. It then led the news agenda for days and days and days. The pressure built and built on the government. They really, I think, had their hands forced effectively to announce this inquiry following Baroness Casey's rapid review, where she recommended that yes, this was necessary. But here we are, they haven't got a chair. We now hear that they may not actually have a chair in place till next year. Baroness Casey has been enlisted to help them set it up. But of course, she's also supposed to be looking into social care. What's happening with that? That seems to have been kicked into the ever longer grass again. These very difficult issues, government after government just seem to struggle with it, and meanwhile so many people being failed.
I suppose to return it to what we've seen tonight, just one of the very many failures that voters in constituencies like Caerphilly will have been thinking about as they pummeled the Labour vote, as that got squashed to such an insignificant level in an area that should be one of the safest seats that Labour has in the entire country, a seat that's been Labour since the Labour Party was a minor party at the start of the last century. I mean, it's issues like the grooming gangs inquiry that seems to just simply be a mess at this stage, on top of the economic mess, on top of the sort of lack of leadership, the resignations from the cabinet and ministerial ranks, the Peter Mandelson scandal, the sleaze at the top of government. All of these things just seem to be piling upon a Prime Minister who can't catch a break.
He can't catch a break at all, can he? I mean, this huge majority that they got, this loveless landslide, let's face it, not because people were that excited about Labour, but they thought that they couldn't be any worse than the Conservatives. That's what I heard on the election campaign again and again and again. Well, we need change. They can't be any worse. And then things started to go wrong for them really very quickly, didn't they? Because we had all the freebie gate, the dresses, the £2,000 for glasses, the fact that the Prime Minister had taken, I think, more freebies than any other MP, and didn't seem to understand or be able to process really that because it is technically within the rules, that doesn't make it okay. It's not a good look when people are struggling with the cost of living and you've had a very good job as a lawyer to be taking these free tickets. Then, of course, we had the budget where they told us before the election, oh no, there was going to be very little need for tax rises beyond on, VAT on private school fees, on non-DOMs, very limited. There was a £22 billion black hole, apparently. They had to fill it with £40 billion of tax rises. The Chancellor then said that was a one-off. We won't have to do anything like that again, we were told. And yet here we are. The budget's coming up at the end of November. We've got a black hole of, what, about £30 billion. How are they going to fill it? Well, they might put up income tax. That would break a manifesto pledge, of course, but some would argue that they already did that with national insurance. They can't catch a break. They would say they're doing a lot of good things in terms of planning reform, workers' rights. They're investing in big infrastructure projects, nuclear power. But a lot of these things are going to take years and years and years to get up and running, for people to see and feel the effects. A lot of that will not be in time for them before the next election. Somebody else might get credit, and you know they used to talk about a decade of national renewal. At the moment, it's very difficult to see how they're going to get that.
Well, Catherine, thank you so much indeed for that cogent overview of. Has it really only just been just over a year of this government? It feels like an awful lot longer. But Catherine, live in Caerphilly, thanks indeed for joining us. We'll catch up with you in, I'm sure, not too long a time this evening. The time is, of course, 4:30 in the morning. I should remind you that you can listen and indeed watch the full episode of Chopper's Political Podcast on all our digital platforms in just 1.5 hours' time. Lucky you. 6 a.m. today is when that interview with Natalie Fleet and the rest of the podcast goes out too. But I should say that we are, of course, examining what has been a historic defeat for the incumbent Labour Party in Caerphilly in this by-election. Shall we return for a moment to that moment earlier this evening when Lindsay Whittle was announced as the winner of the Caerphilly by-election? Well, here's his speech at the count.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me, I'm not used to speaking first in these election counts. Whilst we are perhaps euphoric in some parties tonight, I would respectfully ask that you all please remember the reason we have this by-election under very sad circumstances, and I am very proud. This is hard. To pay tribute to Hefin David and to his family and friends, I extend my still personal deepest sympathies. He will be a hard act to follow. I will never fill his shoes, but I promise you I will walk the same path that he did. And I can pay no finer tribute to an excellent man. I hope that this will be now an exciting time for politics in Wales. I've been absolutely heartened by the number of young people who've been involved in this campaign. A lot of them are standing to my right here, but across the entire constituency, people not interested in politics I've had selfies taken before. I've never had this. Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales. The big parties need to sit up and take notice. Wales, we are at the dawn of new leadership. We are at the dawn of a new beginning. And I look forward to playing my part for a new Wales, and in particular for the people of the Caerphilly constituency. I thank you with all of my heart. This is better than scoring the winning try for Wales against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup. This means everything to me, and the people of Caerphilly constituency, you mean everything to me, and I promise you I will serve you all to the very best of my ability. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Diolch pawb.
Well, that was the victorious candidate, Lindsay Whittle, the perennial Plaid candidate. Indeed, he's stood in every single Senedd election since the Welsh Assembly, as it was then, was established back in 1999. But shall we just discuss some of that now with my panel? Delighted to be joined in our London studio by Jack Callum, Cathy Larkman, and indeed Aled Thomas. Jack, let's start with you. This is a big moment for Plaid. I mean, they really do think they're on course for government in Wales for the first time ever.
Yeah, and I think increasingly voters in Wales are beginning to believe that's an actual possibility. And I mean, there's lots of, I've spoken earlier, I think there's always been, amongst voters, if not the party officials and elected politicians, there's always actually been a relative favourability between sort of Labour, for voters who vote Labour, you quite like Plaid. If you like Plaid, you quite like Labour. But it's never translated into a shift. But I think a number of trends, unpopularity at the Westminster level, but also a degree of I think, people of, I say the younger generation, I'm 31, but there's much less stigma around Plaid Cymru. I think there are people who are progressives, maybe amongst my parents' generation, who just couldn't ever quite do it. There's a sort of something about nationalism, but I think it is shifting amongst younger people.
Interesting to a lot of voters across the country who perhaps their only interaction or knowledge of Plaid Cymru was in those 2015 general election debates, the ones where David Cameron was obsessed with getting every single small party that he possibly could across the country. It ended up being a sort of 7-way debate between David Cameron, Nick Clegg, Ed Miliband, Nicola Sturgeon, Leanne Wood, I'm sure I'm missing someone, Natalie Bennett from the Greens. I mean, it was just the most extraordinary smorgasbord of politicians. David Cameron was able to stand at the end of the line and say, coalition of chaos between all of you, or me as Prime Minister, and it worked out well for him. But for a lot of people watching that, they saw a sweet Welsh lady called Leanne, who seemed relatively nice and moderate, and yet you're saying all of this scary stuff about Plaid that people might not think that that's their impression of it.
Well, I mean, perhaps compared to some other panellists, I'm not going to give as much of a scary reading of Plaid. I think, Plaid are, for the most part, a moderate social democratic party, but it's the relative political spectrum we have in the UK which makes them seem like they're particularly on the left of the political spectrum. Historically, Plaid's always been split between despite becoming a sort of officially a social democratic socialist party in the 80s, which a contingent of its elected MPs and sort of members are that way, there's also a strong contingent of probably small C conservative, rural Welsh voters in Welsh language heartlands in a Fro Cymraeg who have quite different sets of politics. There's always been trying to balance these two. So it'll be interesting. I think it can hold it enough together for the votes for the next election, but I think how it turns out into, keeping hold of those sets of support, if it has to govern, is maybe another different question.
Yeah, Cathy, what do you make of this? Sort of has Plaid been on a moderation journey? Where does Plaid sit?
Well, I think, Lindsay Whittle has clearly been a very, very good candidate for them, and I think we have to give credit to the leader of Plaid Cymru, Rhun ap Iorwerth, as well, really, for, reinventing their sort of public image, really, after Adam Price, the previous leader, stood down. But they have problems. They are not the party of moderates, as has just been mentioned at all. They align themselves with extreme identity politics for the first thing. Adam Price stood down after a misogyny and sexual harassment scandal within Plaid Cymru. Project Pawb was put in place to deal with that. And that has never really sort of gone away. It's never really been dealt with satisfactorily. They'll have a long piece of work to do, really, to convince many women in Wales that they are fit to govern Wales. They settled some time ago with the feminist charity Filia after refusing them a pre-booked stall at their conference at the last moment, and they admitted that they were in breach of the Equality Act, really, in coming to that settlement with them. They decided that Filia weren't in line with their values at the time. As well as that, Plaid Cymru consistently failed to meet with women's groups. They have a statement on their website under their values at the moment, which is in breach of the Supreme Court judgment from earlier this year, from April this year, in relation to the meaning of woman, man and sex in the Equality Act. So their current statement of values states that they will allow anybody to enter the services or spaces of their choice according to their gender identity. And, people are welcome to have their own views, and we may have different views on the panel in relation to this, but the Supreme Court has spoken, the law is the law, and Plaid Cymru's statement is in contravention of that.
Does a political party not exist to advocate a position that could change the law?
Absolutely, but if you you know, Plaid's position is that they would like the power to sort of meddle with equality law, but equality law is a UK-based power, you know, and they don't have the power to do that. Now, they can say that they would like that, but what they can't do in the meantime is breach the law. So if they end up governing Wales and they permit contravention of the Equality Act, as is now crystal clear from the ruling of the Supreme Court, then they'll be in some significant trouble. And they really need to start speaking to women's groups, because I'm not that surprised, really, that they failed to speak, albeit Lindsay Whittle, in all fairness to him, did initially. He seems a really good man. That they failed to speak to GB News tonight, because I think a lot of their presence is stage-managed so that they don't fall into these difficult areas.
Are you worried that they've seemingly become a catch-all, then, in this particular election, that they got, what was it, 48% of the vote in that constituency? Lots of voters who perhaps see themselves as moderate, perhaps would agree with every word you said on the issue, on transgender issues, have seemingly backed Plaid in this election.
Can I just say, first of all, this isn't a transgender issue. This is a women and girls' rights issue, and I think it's wrong to sort of put it like that. This is about the rights of women and girls, really, to privacy, dignity and safety. And you know, that battle is done. The Supreme Court have agreed what the law is. So I think we just all need to move on, really, and comply with the law. And the same is true for Plaid Cymru. They really need to get on with doing that now. Because it isn't going to go away, and it is going to be an issue for them at Senedd 2026.
I'll say, like you said, Tom, it's not a position for Plaid to comply with the law if they'd like to change the law. You can disagree with that, but they've got a policy they'd like to agree with it. They've got to say, latest polling figures, it's an equal number of men and women, 22% of the latest poll who would vote for Plaid Cymru, slightly less would vote for reform. I think so, just to pick up on another bit there around sort of Plaid not speaking to GB News after it. I mean, got to remember, reform in this election, when reporters have been trying to raise issues of Russian donors as MPs, you know, we've had Nigel Farage going, how dare you, shutting people off, patronising people as well. So, look, I think people should speak to lots of different news channels. That's why I'm sat here as well. However, I think we'd be wrong to focus particularly on maybe Plaid as being one part of this. I think there's sometimes, in lots of media at the moment, people are quite unwilling to maybe speak to other channels, other settings they wouldn't like to, and it's not just maybe and exclusively.
Do you think that there's a bit of stage management there, though, in the sense that it seemed that Lindsay Whittle was happy to speak, and then sort of his handlers, perhaps younger, more radical people, have very different views on pluralism?
It's politics. People. I think we've got to remember. I think this was the same. I don't know if any of you were lucky enough to watch the debate prior to the by-election with all the candidates in. I think you start to realise that there's a difference between candidates for a by-election and party political leaders. So I think there's. If anything, it's the same. I think it'd be similar with many other parties. Maybe slightly different with Llia Griffith from Reform is maybe a bit of a prominent figure for them. But you know, I think many party officials from most of the parties would be quite keen to stage manage their much less experienced candidates in these settings as to what's been said. So look. That's happened in this situation, but I think, you know, stage management isn't new to politics.
No, that's certainly true. And Aled, I suppose the Conservative Party has also been accused of stage managing many of its candidates, of making sure that its candidates get sort of all of their literature approved centrally in London. I mean, all of this sort of stuff happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably maybe a slightly separate issue because, of course, you could go pretty wild on a piece of literature. You could do serious damage to a party if you were putting, you know, either something illegal or just flat-out lies. So it's not perhaps as strict, I think, as people make it out. As a former candidate myself, having gone through that process, but I think what is more poignant about this is the fact that Lindsay Whittle had spoken to Catherine tonight, and it was a very good interview. You know, it wasn't a case of you know an attack on Plaid Cymru at all from a right-wing broadcaster. It was a genuinely good conversation, and I think that conversation would have carried on, and I would have loved to have heard it. It's driven by, in my view, certainly with Plaid Cymru, it's this ideology. They have this, as Catherine said, as far as I'm aware, GB News is still banned on the Senedd estate. If it's not played anywhere, they only play, I think, BBC News and Sky News, etc. And it's that ideology that is driving them away. But what is a shame is the fact that if Lindsay Whittle was dialing in live for this now, 2 of the 3 of your panellists could have spoken Welsh to him, or Reen Up Yorweth. We could have spoken Welsh on GB News to him. That could have been a GB News exclusive. But it's that idea of they've dismissed coming on before even getting the chance to see who was listening, who the panellists were, because perhaps if they knew that, they would be a bit more. Well, I'm not sure about you, Cathy. They might turn away if they knew you were here. But
they'd be terrified. I'm a woman.
Yeah,
it's a late night. Perhaps that's one of the other bets.
It is strange to hear that GB News has not been on the televisions in the Welsh Senedd, because we've had the Welsh First Minister on my show on this programme, who's come in the last few months to talk about all sorts of issues in Wales. So it's strange that then the First Minister would come on a channel that isn't broadcast. I don't quite understand that.
Alina will talk to anyone. She's very happy to have a chat, I think.
But I think the ban actually came by the Llywydd, which is our Speaker in the Senedd, essentially, who is, although technically votes with the government if it's a tied vote, but is a Plaid Cymru member, and an old school Plaid Cymru member that's certainly a very left kind of leaning member. So I think it's through her the GB News ban has come, not necessarily through Labour and Alina Morgan, because Alina would come on.
Well, I mean, this is I suppose the difference between the executive and the legislature and different purviews.
It's interesting though, Tom, because Alice mentioned the Llywydd there, the Speaker, and this is the same Speaker who shut down Darren Millar when he raised the issue of rape gangs for using, I can't remember the terminology, but basically suggested he was using offensive language on the floor of the Senedd. She did later apologise for that.
Yeah, he was quoting...
And Alina Morgan, was involved in that as well.
He was quoting a survivor who'd said something, and she'd shut him down for actually quoting a survivor on the floor of the Senedd.
That is an extraordinary thing to have happened. When was this? Because of course, throughout the course of the rape gang, grooming gang scandal, there have been people shut down. But you would have thought if this is in recent history, people would have learned the lessons of shutting people down for reasons of racial sensitivity.
It was certainly within the last year.
It was around 6 months ago.
Wow.
It was around 6 months ago that element happened, and I think what it was all about was Darren Millar and the Welsh Conservatives were pushing for a Wales-specific inquiry and to crack on with something like that, because we often find when you get these, and the COVID-19 inquiry is a perfect example of this. There's been absolute refusal to have one in Wales, even though COVID policy was totally different. So we have to rely on the maybe 2 or 3 hours we get with Mark Drakeford and Vaughan Gethin for the whole of the COVID-19 inquiry.
I think just on this sort of separate point, I mean, lots has been made about the Senedd expansion too, and I think there'll be lots of people who'll be complaining about more politicians. But I do think we have a desperate need for additional scrutiny in the Senedd. We need, at the moment, the government, if we've had a situation where there's been very few backbenchers, many of whom are keen to get a job in government as well very soon from the Labour Party. I do actually think, Senedd expansion hopefully will be a good opportunity, especially if there's a new crop of MSs in as well that can replace some of the, some of the very long.
Are you telling me every single member of the Senedd, all 60 of them, work long hours, have a really tough job? I mean, are all those 60 current Senedd members...
It's more proximity. It's proximity to power and the immediate executive and wanting to work in government. If the vast majority, are, for instance, of the governing party are in government, there's only a handful of backbenchers, it's hard to even get that sort of interparliamentary situation, which you get places like Westminster as well, where you get outspoken backbenchers. I think actually this could be a really important opportunity next May. Touch wood, we get some good quality candidates to perform that scrutiny as well. But, I think that's something we'll build on. Just on another point as well, I think we were talking about some different sort of politics here as well, but I think I would agree that lots of, this maybe is part of, I think, some of the dissatisfaction, disengagement with Welsh Parliament is so much of Welsh politics feels like it's sort of bans on things in lots of respects, and, despite maybe coming from the left of politics, like some people on a panel, I like to think of myself as a fairly anti-paternalist sort of person. I think the fact that so much of Welsh government is often feels like, the sort of its policy through sort of banning stuff, because that's the sets of powers they have. Some of the bans are good, but it means that the actual, there's so few levers available, whether that's financial or sort of within the policy areas that people can legislate on. So hopefully, again, instead of expansion, maybe if we can see a Plaid Cymru government can bring some more powers to Wales to actually enable effective government, because at the moment we're caught almost in this halfway house in Wales. And I think actually it's really time to actually sort of upgrade the Welsh government and really, hopefully, the next Senedd will be
What sort of powers would you like to see come to the Welsh Assembly, the Senedd and the Executive?
I think, still at the same time, the Welsh Parliament still has far less sort of fiscal levers than many sort of federal parts of the EU. So whether that's sort of having greater sort of tax-raising powers, I think even if they don't use them, it gives a degree of responsibility and scrutiny. I think so often it's easy for Welsh Government to point at Westminster.
Because, I mean, Wales has for a long time been a net recipient of fiscal transfers within the United Kingdom. Would tax-raising powers on a part of the country that is quite so poor compared to the rest of the country, would that be generally the benefit of the United Kingdom is that you can have taxes that transfer wealth from the richer parts to the parts that are more left behind. I mean, within Wales, you don't have the same level of wealth that you do in other parts of the country.
No, I mean, for me, I'm making this argument from a kind of democracy and accountability. And I think what we struggle with in Wales, like I said, is this mismatch between often rhetoric, reality, and the ability to sort of point to Westminster, whether that's the Labour government and say, the Labour government are going to invest, we had a miselection, don't worry, the library will get saved because the Welsh Labour, sort of a UK Labour government will give some money to Caerphilly, or it's the other way around, that you can point at the Tories not doing what you want. I think actually to really mature as a democracy, if we're going to have that in Wales, we just need a greater sort of match-up between powers, responsibilities, funding and so on.
Aled, I mean, to some extent, wouldn't this be the perfect cocktail for the Conservative Party in Wales? A Welsh Senedd with tax-raising powers, perhaps a left-wing government for 4 years that raises lots of taxes. Isn't that exactly the sort of situation that would see a Conservative resurgence?
Well, yeah, possibly. I mean, the Senedd does actually have tax-raising powers currently to a certain extent. Granted, they're not as... they can essentially raise the... sort of like Scotland can. They can't change the band for income tax, but they could add a percentage onto one of the bands and take that money. But I think going back to the point you were saying, we receive around £1.20 in Wales per head for every £1 that's spent in England. So we are definitely having a net gain in terms of those shift of funds around the UK. And that's one place where Plaid Cymru does fall down on the economic argument of independence and devolving more issues, is how do we pay for it. I think Welsh Labour were coming out with a figure in this by-election of something like Welsh independence will cost you, was it up to £12,000 per person, is what they'd calculated, Welsh Labour had calculated. I think the figure was... if Wales did go independent. But I think you're right. I think the Conservatives, if we are going to have a sort of resurgence, perhaps in Wales, although, it
looks unlikely on the basis of tonight's numbers.
But let's be realistic, though, in terms of we often reflect back when we talk about politics in the near term around the 2019 election. That was historic in Wales. Gaining, I think, was it 14 seats in that election we had in the on a Westminster seat basis. But just look back in recent history, of course, Wales has been Tory-free before.
1997, 2001.
I think until 2005, was it, or 2001? It was at one of those elections when I think it was Stephen Crabb when he came in
2005.
2005. Alan Kearns, perhaps, and one other, was it... David up in Clwyd, I think perhaps it was. Three of them broke the Tory-free zone. So I would love to see a blue Wales, and we may get there one day, but I think we have got this shackle around our neck. The MT, Maggie Thatcher, still from all those years ago. I think we're going to have to wait another generation or two before some of those coal mining villages.
You might have to visit the Natural History Museum to see a blue whale before you actually see it at the other side of the M4. Cathy, do you get a sense that these sort of debates of these sort of These debates that we're having now about what powers Wales shall have, whether it could be a viable independent state. I mean, are people really talking about this in Wales, or is this a very sort of politician-y conversation that elites have, but actually people living their lives don't give a fig about?
I'm not convinced that there is a big appetite for complete independence in Wales at the moment. And obviously Plaid Cymru have not made a pitch for that either, should they serve a first term anyway. Wales hasn't historically voted in large numbers for devolution, and rejected the prospect of devolution once as well in a vote. It's less an issue of the Senedd having more powers for me, and what the existing bunch of MSs, Senedd members, are actually doing with the powers that they've got, and the quality of the Senedd candidates. Now, we don't know what the quality of the 96 will be in May 2026, but based on what we've got at the moment, I am really concerned. There is a bit of a loop. There's certainly a loop in the Labour Party between, individuals becoming working in the third sector, moving on to become policy advisors, moving on to become Senedd members, etc. And there's nothing wrong with that, of course, but when it's like totally dominated really with your candidates, then it is a concern. So it would be good to see more variety in the candidates and a high quality of candidates coming forward, but the jury's out on that.
Jack, is there a disconnect between, for want of a better term, sort of Welsh elite political opinion and man-on-the-street Welsh opinion? I only say this because back at the devolution referendum, very unlike Scotland, what you saw was a very low turnout, barely 50%, and then of that very low turnout, barely, like the smallest smidgen over 50% voting to establish devolution within Wales. I mean, this has never carried a very strong political mandate.
I think there's been massive political disengagement in Wales, and I do think sometimes we're in parts of the sort of political circles where I think people forget how deep that is, especially when you're in a sort of political bubble. You can think that everyone's thinking about this. There is real political disengagement in Wales. There have since been referendum on extended powers, and people have voted. I'm not going to say that it's a massive, overwhelming mandate for it. But I think there is backing for things like the Senedd, and there is backing. I think, but like disengagement, I don't think that means that people want to abolish the Senedd or want to give it more powers. I think people want government that can actually affect their day-to-day lives. That's what people want. I mean, that's what I've said. I do think we've been caught in the middle ground so often with the Welsh Parliament. It's only actually for quite recently, after the last couple of Government of Wales or Wales Act 2018, that we've actually had really quite meaningful powers over some of these much more significant areas. Like I said, without many of the levers to actually do much in it, and that's why often I think it feels like so much of a debate within Senedd can maybe be off-putting to people, is because actually there's not a huge... If you're massively sort of constrained money-wise by, if your budget's constrained from Westminster and the Barnett formula, which disadvantages Wales, there is only so much you can do within a certain...
Why does the Barnett formula disadvantage Wales?
Well, historically, the way it works on a population basis is over time, basically, Wales has benefited less than
because Wales
Scotland.
Has been depopulated faster than other parts.
Yeah, there's various reasons that go into it, but effectively, I think it's fairly sort of understood. I think across political spectrum, Wales doesn't do well out of the Barnett formula. Just people don't really know how they particularly want to replace it. So I think that's sort of part of the issue.
Must be slightly grieving that it's named after a Scottish politician.
Well, it's in a way it's the uneven devolution settlement we've had in the UK, where for Scotland, with that overwhelming mandate, different political history was given a much more substantive set of powers at the start of devolution. Wales, it was in many ways a sort of glorified council for those first few years, the amount it could do. So it has come a long way, but like I said, there's still...
In some ways, the first time that Wales was ever governed as a polity, as a single polity with its own government, was 1999. I mean, at any point before in history, there have been lots of different authorities within Wales, some independent from England, of course, but never one authority over Wales in the way that has been established after devolution.
Yeah, and I think it's true. And I think another thing I was going to sort of pick up on too is that the Labour Party has been very successful at hegemonising, at identifying itself with a sort of soft nationalism. It's Welsh Labour. Well, Labour is Wales, Wales is Labour. And I think for people who are amenable to that form of progressive politics, that necessary link between the two, that you can necessarily express your Welshness through voting Labour, is breaking down a little bit, and people are more amenable to something like Plaid Cymru as an alternative way of doing that.
And that's why tonight is quite so interesting, that Labour, in its very heartlands, the sort of places that helped birth the Labour Party in the first place, in the early 20th century, that this is the area where Labour has now retreated so far from.
The Welsh Labour Party, has a claim to being probably the most successful, within Wales, the most successful political party in sort of Western democracies. In many ways, it's had an unbroken period of winning elections for over a century. So yeah, it is a really big night, but May next year will be a really big date.
Well, it certainly has been a historic night in Wales as Plaid Cymru beat Labour to win the Caerphilly by-election. I want to say a big thank you to my panel who've stuck with me for these early hours in the morning. 2 hours so far, but still one to go. Yes, Aled Thomas, Jack Kellum and Cathy Larkman. Well, we've been discussing this significant moment, not just in Welsh politics, but of course for the politics of the entire United Kingdom too. So I've got one thing to say to you. Do stay with us here on GB News as we bring you all the latest analysis. Welcome back to Vote 2025. It's 5 a.m. My name's Tom Harwood, and this is Vote 2025, The People Decide, Caerphilly by-election.
I give public notice that Lindsay Whittle is duly elected as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly constituency.
The shock story tonight, or is it this morning? Good morning. Plaid Cymru and Reform UK fought tooth and nail in this by-election race, but it was Plaid's Lindsay Whittle who took the prize.
Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales.
It was a hard-fought fight to the end, but the Reform Party put their heart and soul into this race.
I'm grateful to every voter that came to the ballot box and voted for reform, despite the fear and attacks that have been put against them by the other parties.
And nothing can escape this fundamental fact. The Labour Party has suffered a catastrophic defeat in its very heartland. After more than a century of representing the area in Westminster, and since the very beginnings of devolution at the end of the last century, is this the day that Labour lost Wales?
I still passionately believe in Welsh Labour, its values and its vision for the future. So while we may have lost today, I won't stop campaigning for that future.
Yes, the Welsh Labour Party is today in crisis. Now looking ahead to the next year's Senedd elections and reflecting on what went quite so wrong.
Couldn't have thrown more at it. We couldn't have had a better candidate or more energetic campaign. I think what we need to do now is actually rapidly reflect what did we hear on the doorstep, what do we need to do to win this back in May.
Yes, the seat of Caerphilly has been held by Labour since the Senedd inception in 1999 and in Westminster since 1918. So we're asking tonight, or indeed this morning, is this the night that Welsh, or even British politics, changed forever?
Uni party, as we like to call it, the Labour Party and the Tory Party, will struggle to get even a quarter of the vote share today. So there is a total and historic realignment in British politics happening in real time.
History made here tonight in Caerphilly. Disaster for Labour, disappointment for Reform, who thought that they could get this seat, and finally, triumph for Plaid Cymru and a 72-year-old man who's been trying to get elected here since 1983.
Well, we'll be live throughout the night, bringing you the latest news and analysis of this historic election result. Well, joining me throughout the morning now will be the Welsh Conservative councillor, Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy, Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator, Cathy Larkman. So don't move a muscle. This is Vote 2025, The People Decide. Well, a very good morning to you, to those who are just waking up, and thanks for joining us, those who have stayed up all night. For the people who have done that, I mean, you deserve a prize of some sort. I don't know if there are that many political anoraks out there, but of course the story is a political earthquake in Caerphilly. After holding the area for more than a century, the Welsh Labour Party has lost a seat in its very heartland to Plaid Cymru. Well, Plaid's Lindsay Whittle has emerged victorious with a majority of almost 4,000 votes and a swing of almost 27% from the Labour Party. Well, Nigel Farage's party was hoping for a win in this seat. Some polls suggested it could do it. But of course, this first-past-the-post system seems to have worked against the Reform Party here. The Caerphilly constituency has voted in Plaid instead, despite the Reform Party, in its words, throwing everything at this campaign. Well, the by-election was called, of course, following the sudden death of Hefin David, who had served as the member of the Senedd for Caerphilly since 2016. Well, let's get stuck in now with my panel. The Welsh Conservative councillor Aled Thomas, the head of communications at Autonomy Jack Kellum, and the women's rights campaigner and commentator Cathy Larkman. Cathy, we're going to start with you. There'll be people waking up just now. They'll have missed all of the excitement of the early hours of tonight. What has happened?
Well, what has happened is the political landscape in Wales has changed in that Labour can no longer assume now any sort of safe seats. You know, Caerphilly was a safe seat for them with a significant majority. You know, that has gone. Now it has fallen to Plaid Cymru, and the two clear sort of front runners in this were Plaid Cymru and Reform. You know, that is a seismic change for Wales. It's a seismic change for the Caerphilly area, and all credit must go to Lindsay Whittle as well for the campaign that he fought. And I can imagine that Llyr Powell and the Reform Party will be disappointed that they didn't take the big prize and win the seat, but at the same time heartened by the huge swing to Reform and the fact that so many people came out to vote for them. It's huge.
It's certainly huge, certainly a big swing towards Reform and to Plaid. But, Aled, there were a lot of people who thought Reform would win this seat, and they didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. We think we've got a tough job here at 5 a.m, but I would hate to be the guy that's got to pop all those balloons in Reform HQ this morning. You know, there was reports that they had balloons ready for a party there. Look, I think polling suggested Reform were going to pretty much, it was close, but Reform were going to pip them at the post. I think there's two elements of tactical voting that have clearly happened, and as a Conservative, I'm well used to the anti-Tory tactical vote, so we all get it in our time. It's the anti-government vote. And that's one of those votes. You've got the anti-government vote, which is split somewhat between Reform and Plaid Cymru, but then you've got the anti-Nigel Farage vote. So there's actually two tactical votes going on at once, which is why we can analyse this all night long, but we'll never really know what actually happened tonight. But to me, it's those two tactical votes that have happened. It's changed the landscape. The ramifications of what's happened last night is going to be huge on the Welsh landscape over the next 6 months. As I've said, Labour have actually lost their majority now. Technically, they didn't really have one anyway, but they've now completely lost their majority in terms of passing legislation through the Senedd. Obviously, we're at the end of a cycle, so there's not going to be much going through, but it could have serious issues for the budget. If there is no budget passed by, I think it is January or February, we've actually got to call a extraordinary Senedd election. So we could have one before May.
Wow.
But it would be, I believe, on the first-past-the-post system again, and then we'd have the proportional representation one in May.
Because, of course, the voting system, for those who don't know, is changing. The number of politicians in the Senedd is expanding by 36. So everything is changing in Wales, but this could have been the last gasp of a first-past-the-post vote for the Senedd. Jack, there's some fascinating tactical voting clearly going on, and two big new parties that weren't the two big parties in Wales. I mean, Plaid and Reform were not big players. Well, I mean, Plaid has been a presence, but not one of the biggest parties.
And not in urban or primarily urban South Wales. I'm saying this is a big result for Plaid. At the Senedd, they've not won many constituency elections in South East Wales constituencies. This is a big breakthrough for them. There was some pressure on today to see if lots of these polls would deliver for them, just like there was with Reform. I think they'll be really pleased with the size of that majority as well. I don't think they'd have quite expected that too. I think they were actually quite confident fairly early on in the night, as we heard that maybe Farage was getting the taxi out of Caerphilly. Look, it's a really big result for Plaid, but also now it puts a bit of pressure on ahead of the May elections. They will now be seen as a potential front runner, potential government in waiting, maybe.
I mean, that is a really significant moment, and I suppose it reflects a trend that we're seeing around the United Kingdom. Let's not forget, in this contest, the Labour and Conservative vote together went down from 63% at the last time the seat was contested to a combined 13% yesterday in the election, announced in the early hours of this morning. I mean, Aled, are we just seeing an abandonment of the traditional two-party structure that we had seen right across the United Kingdom in favour of more radical alternatives? And if so, what does that say about the state of the country?
Yeah, I think we saw the start of this. I don't think today has necessarily been the start of that. We clearly saw the start of that in 2024, at the general election. I think today's just accelerated what's already happened. There is no such thing, no matter what party you are, as a safe seat anymore. That is gone. The idea that people now vote for the same party because mum or dad told me to is out the window. It's completely gone. You need to go out and fight for every single vote. And I think that is how we're going to see politics change completely over the next coming years, especially heading into the next Westminster general election. But that's where parties could fall down somewhat. The Conservatives, I think, fell down, in 2019, being perhaps not conservative enough. I think Reform could fall down coming up to the next general election because they are, they're trying to please Labour voters in the North East, Conservative voters in the South. Maybe they might become a bit more nationalist in Wales because actually we haven't seen them be as anti... You'd expect Reform to have come out and said they were going to abolish the Senedd, but of course they have not said such a thing. I think Zia Youssef has actually said he welcomes the Senedd expansion to 96 members. So they are playing the cards in all these different areas, and that's where it could be catching up with these parties. And I think that's where the political landscape has changed. People need to really set out their stalls now coming up to the next election, and people will vote for that.
Everything seems like it's very fragile at the moment. Like things could change very rapidly in any part of this country. There's a deep sense of instability, not only economically but also politically. Now, for some, that's a terrifying prospect. For others, that's an exciting opportunity.
I think there's a lot of anger and disillusionment. That was certainly reflected in Caerphilly. There's a lot of protest voting and rejection of the, what's considered to be the sort of political elite, as we've sort of mentioned, that's happened there today. Interestingly, if Plaid continue to build on this success, then they may end up, at some stage, that may end up coming full circle, and they may... that might end up being a liability for them as well, because they've never really been, at the moment, before the Caerphilly by-election, they held 12 of the Senedd seats. That was only a couple of seats behind the Conservatives. So, they risk being seen as part of the political elite in Wales as well, really, unless they really set their stall out as well. So that could come back and bite them at some stage too.
But as we keep saying, I mean, Plaid Cymru, a very different party to the SNP in Scotland. I think a lot of people in England might sort of think, oh, these two parties, they're very similar, they're sort of the same. But, I mean, Plaid Cymru has never been a sort of governing party, a primary governing party in Wales. It's a third party as things stand, and traditionally it's been even smaller.
Well, I mean, that was the case in Scotland up until the SNP sort of all of a sudden flushed Labour out of power, 10, 15 years ago. And then similarly...
more than 20 years ago.
More than 20 was the first one, I mean.
20 years ago, yeah.
Something like that, I know.
2007.
2007, there we go. I was only 13 then, so what can I say? But, we have got a precedent, in a sense, there for a country which Labour was once dominant and the Nationalist Party has come to the fore. Yeah, the SNP and Plaid Cymru are. They're parties of different political histories.
Sister parties?
There's definitely a relation between them. They've both ended up as broadly centre-left, independence favouring parties, but with different, without getting into different political histories. Welsh language is obviously much more central to to Plaid, its identity, not so much in the language in Scotland. And actually, if anything, SNP has maybe been on a sort of leftwards, a much more significant leftwards journey than Plaid has, which has, since the 80s, had a much more obvious sort of social democratic socialist core to it. But yeah, these are unprecedented times for Plaid, as they are for other parties in Wales. What was, the default setting in Wales, which is that, ultimately, I think time and time again, when Labour have looked in trouble in Wales, and they've wavered in the polls, come polling day, come the campaign, come the ground effort, the political machine has been able to turn out Welsh Labour voters, and I think that's what often Welsh Labour politicians have been potentially relying on. Is that come election day, they've got the machine. It's the big. There's so much data, so many activists, so many canvassers, but it seems like that's maybe not going to deliver results quite as much anymore.
Yeah, Aled, there used to be a term, pacification, named after the sort of centre-left Greek party PASOK, which was completely displaced by the far-left party Syriza, particularly because of the economic troubles that Greece was facing at the start of the 2010s. Is Welsh Labour, or perhaps the Labour Party writ large across the United Kingdom, facing its PASOK moment, the moment when it is just displaced by other forces? I mean, the Green Party in England and Wales, it has been, it's doubled its membership over the course of the last 2 months. It's growing in vote share. Plaid Cymru has just won this seat in an astonishing upset against both Labour and the expected win from the Reform Party. I mean, in Scotland, you've got a resurgence of the SNP against the Labour Party, a very hollow Labour Party there that doesn't have the traditional structure that it once did. Is the Labour Party a dying party?
I think without a doubt we have seen if not the start of the end, the very, I'll put it this way. We are seeing the start of the end of the Labour Party in Wales, without a doubt. That's unquestionable after tonight. And I think the rise of the Green Party, particularly after Zach Polanski has taken over as the leader, and he has been very pro-independence, that's going to get the younger voters across, which at the moment they are being, they're propping up Labour. If they lose those, and they're losing these sort of ex-mining places like Caerphilly, then they are totally finished, because where are they going to get their support then?
I mean, it is a completely difficult now to predict, not even the next local elections, but Welsh Senedd elections, Scottish parliamentary elections, all the rest of it. But frankly, looking ahead to the next general election, one of the stories tonight has been tactical voting. People squeezing out all other parties apart from the front two. And that becomes really hard to predict.
Now, I'm astonished at the levels of tactical voting in some ways that have happened in the by-election, because, it would be wrong to say there hasn't been tactical voting in areas of Wales before, but the level to which it's happened tonight has been, quite... I think we probably expected it, but it's still astonishing to sort of see it happening.
Yeah, well, on that note, shall we cross back to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster? All night she's been at the Count in Caerphilly, probably the hardest working broadcast journalist there. Catherine, what can you tell us?
Well, the only broadcast journalist here. I'm just going to get you to pan round my camera woman, Luthia, to this room, and you will see that there is one chap over there busy on his laptop with a lot of snacks and us. But look, we have seen history made here in this room tonight, because Caerphilly has been a safe Labour seat for 100 years, and ever since the Senedd was formed in 1999, also only Labour MSs returned. But something quite incredible happened tonight. The Labour vote collapsed completely. They got just 3,713 votes. Reform, who many thought would get this, got 12,000. I can't even count, 12,113, but Plaid Cymru won this on 15,961, so a majority of 3,800. In fact, they got more than Reform and Labour put together. So let's look first at the victor, a man called Lindsay Whittle, a 72-year-old Caerphilly man. They call him Mr. Caerphilly. He has been trying to get elected here since the general election of 1983. Let's have a look at his victory speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll forgive me, I'm not used to speaking first in these election counts. Whilst we are perhaps euphoric in some parties tonight, I would respectfully ask that you all please remember the reason we have this by-election under very sad circumstances, and I am very proud, this is hard, to pay tribute to Hefin David and to his family and friends. I extend my still personal deepest sympathies. He will be a hard act to follow. I will never fill his shoes, but I promise you I will walk the same path that he did. And I can pay no finer tribute to an excellent man. I hope that this will be now an exciting time for politics in Wales. I've been absolutely heartened by the number of young people who've been involved in this campaign. A lot of them are standing to my right here, but across the entire constituency, people not interested in politics I've had selfies taken before. I've never had this. Listen now, Cardiff, and listen, Westminster. This is Caerphilly and Wales telling you we want a better deal for every corner of Wales. The big parties need to sit up and take notice. Wales, we are at the dawn of new leadership. We are at the dawn of a new beginning. And I look forward to playing my part for a new Wales, and in particular for the people of the Caerphilly constituency. I thank you with all of my heart. This is better than scoring the winning try for Wales against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup. This means everything to me, and the people of Caerphilly constituency, you mean everything to me, and I promise you I will serve you all to the very best of my ability. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Diolch pawb.
So Lindsay Whittle there paying tribute to Hefin David, the previous MS here, who died tragically very suddenly back in August of this year, somebody extremely well regarded. And a man, I think, that can hardly believe that he's here at last, given he's been trying since 1983. Really goes to show, if first you don't succeed, try again, even if it means trying for 40 years. But somebody who perhaps did expect to win here was Claire Howell, the Reform candidate. I also caught up with him shortly after the result was called. Let's see what he had to say.
We've seen a lot here tonight. We'd have liked to have registered a lot more voters, get our message spread across a 6 weeks campaign. We had a standing start, but you know, I'm not trying to make excuses, they're just analysing for what I've seen here tonight. We came really close though. Look at the results we had across the constituency. Places like Bargoed, we were told that you weigh the Labour vote there. You don't anymore. Those are Reform voters across the constituencies. People turn out for it, so I'm very proud of that.
But you did drop leaflets on the day of the funeral of the MS who very sadly died, and you got a lot of criticism for that. Would you like to apologise for that? Lots of people seemed quite upset.
Well, firstly, I didn't drop those.
Not you personally, but the party.
And secondly, it was a Royal Mail drop in which we didn't control that. Now, you speak about that person. He was a friend of mine. I was there. I had a close relationship with Hefin. And, you know, what happened there was deeply sad, and what happened with the Royal Mail drop is deeply regrettable, and no one feels that more than me. We never intended for hurt to go out to anyone, and what we did, we picked up and we ran what I believe is a positive campaign with a message that could deliver for the people of Wales. And I'm proud of all my team, the activists that were out there, and I'm grateful to every voter that came to the ballot box and voted for reform, despite the fear and attacks that have been put against them by the other parties. And
can you tell us a bit about that? What are you referring to?
Well, they attacked my door. In the middle of the night. The office was under several. We had to have security there. Look, there's a lot of things that went on in this campaign that was very dark and thing, but that's negatives. I'm positive. I'm building on what we've got here, and we're moving forward, and we're really excited for what we've got to offer the people of Wales next May.
And next May, a huge moment. Do you feel that Reform could make very significant gains, and that Labour will be really decimated in those elections?
We're looking to win the next election, and that's what we're going out to do. We've got our message which we want to offer the people of Wales, so I'm very excited about that. But in terms of Labour, you've seen what Reform has done to Labour here tonight. You can see the rise of the Reform vote. I'm very proud of that. We represent now the hard-working men and women across Wales, and we're going to continue on that momentum.
So, disappointment for Reform in this instance. Of course, we've seen by-elections before, Runcorn and Helsby just a few months ago, which they took by 6 votes. And the national opinion polls, they're clearly on a roll. They didn't get this, but of course they're still very optimistic about their chances, both in the Senedd elections next May and the local elections and Scottish elections then as well. And then Labour, of course, absolutely devastating for them. There's no way of sugarcoating it. I mean, the vote collapsed, 3,713 votes. I did talk to Hugh Iranka-Davies. He's the Deputy First Minister at the Senedd about what went wrong. Let's have a look at what he said now.
It's a tough night. And we're disappointed because losing Caerphilly, particularly in the circumstances as well with Hefin, I miss Hefin dearly. But we thought we could retain this with a good candidate, a good campaign. It hasn't worked out this time, so that's clearly a disappointment. But we couldn't have thrown more at it. We couldn't have had a better candidate or more energetic campaign. So I think for us there, and all credit to Lindsay Whittle, you know, he's a successful candidate tonight. I think what we need to do now is actually rapidly reflect what did we hear on the doorstep, what do we need to do to win this back in May, because that's where we reset now, is 6 months before the May election, this seat and all the seats in Wales will be up for grabs. How do we earn those votes back?
Yes, you don't have long till May, as you say. And Labour have been in power in Wales, of the Senedd, since 1999. Are we now looking at a point where many Welsh people simply feel that it's time for a change and they're just fed up with you and your record?
Well, the way we avoid that, the only way we avoid that, is actually by earning people's votes. And you don't do that by resting on your laurels and saying it'll be the same continuation. What you need to do is actually reinvigorate yourself in government. So over the last year, for example, since Lyned Morgan became First Minister, first thing she did was went out and actually said, I'm going to listen to what people are telling me, what's important. And there were things such as investment in the streets and the highways and town centres. We've done that, we've got on with it. Investment in bringing waiting times down because they've been too high in Wales. So over the last year, 12 months, we brought them down by 2/3, those longest waiting times. Ambulance waiting times are down as well. But it hasn't been in time to actually convince the people here in Caerphilly.
So Labour talking there about the need to rapidly reflect. They do need to reflect very rapidly, don't they? Because those elections are coming around in May for the whole of the Senedd here. And of course, the whole system is changing. They're going from 60 people there up to 96, and it won't be a proportional, sort of first past the post, it will be proportional representation. You'll be voting for a party rather than a named local candidate. So very, very different. While I was listening to that clip, we were plunged into darkness and we thought, what was going on? Somebody came in and apparently the lights are movement activated, and because we've been standing here so still watching the clip, all the lights went out. But I'm happy to see we have lights on again. But perhaps, Tom, that might be our cue to call it a night from Caerphilly. Actually, though, I might be calling it a night, but our political editor, Chris Hope, will be fresh, having had a wonderful night's sleep while we've been working on from 6 o'clock.
And what a wonderful way to spend his birthday, which of course it is today, a political day, but also there is our very own Christopher Hope, our political editor, with a birthday badge saying birthday boy there, as he was at the count for the close of poll last night. He'll be joining us, as Catherine says, from 6 a.m. But Catherine, I've got to say, what a trooper you have been. The hardest working broadcast journalist in this by-election. The last standing broadcast journalist. What a tribute that is to you and indeed the whole team at GB News. Thank you, and please do go get some sleep. Well, a big thank you to Catherine Forster, who has been incredible there this evening, even grabbing a brilliant interview with the victorious Plaid Cymru candidate, apparently against the will of his advisers. So it's all been happening here on GB News. It's been your one-stop shop for everything Caerphilly. But it is important to note what has happened today in South Wales, the political earthquake that has taken place, and perhaps not the political earthquake that people were expecting. Reform increasing their vote share by a significant degree, but not by as much, or at least not by winning as many votes as Plaid Cymru did in the end. Should we take a look at some of those results for a moment? The Liberal Democrats, they won just 1.5% of the vote. That was 497 votes. That was down 1.2% on the previous election. The Conservatives were down even more, down 15% to a lowly 2% of the vote, an astonishingly bad result for the Conservatives. The Reform Party was up to 36% in the seat. That's over 12,000 votes, and most astonishingly for Reform, that was a gain of 34%. 34% gain, so they were on around 2%, or less than 2% the last time this was contested. Now they're on 36%. The Labour Party, 11, down 35%. But it was Plaid Cymru who were the victors. 47% of the electorate opted for Plaid Cymru. That's up 19%. Now, of course, the others, Gwlad is 0.3%, the Greens 1.5%, and UKIP 0.2%. It's just 79 votes there for UKIP, a party that constantly reminded still exists. Anyway, this is, of course, a significant moment for all sorts of reasons, but let's digest some of it now. Delighted to be joined in the studio by Jack Kellum, Cathy Larkman and Aled Thomas. Jack, let's start with you. This is, of course, a moment for Plaid in a way that perhaps not many people were expecting. There was only one poll in this seat, and it didn't have Plaid winning.
Yeah, I think Plaid will be delighted with the result. You know, it was a much bigger majority than I think they might have realistically hoped for in this election. You know, Reform were just ahead in the sort of final poll that came out ahead of this by-election. Yeah, they'll be delighted. I said they've not had huge success in South Wales, South East Wales constituency votes before, even in the Senedd. So, look, they're going to be thrilled. They're looking ahead to May, trying to become potentially leading the next government in Wales, maybe as part of a progressive coalition. So, yeah, they'll be absolutely delighted.
And, Aled, we were talking earlier about what this election in Wales could look like, because it could be the case that Reform comes first across Wales, because it's a proportional representation system. One of the stories tonight has been the tactical voting in the first past the post system that this by-election represented. It's a very different electoral system across all of Wales, multi-member constituencies, a bit like the European parliamentary elections that we used to have, something called the D'Hont method of distributing those seats. And that's a system that Nigel Farage has won in, not once, but twice.
Yeah, how elections happen in Wales from next May is going to be totally different from anything we've seen realistically previously. There has always been that element, of course, of proportional representation in Wales. We've got constituency members, such as Caerphilly, and then we have regional members, which are actually elected by the proportional representation system. But the fact that the whole of the Senedd is going not only on the current numbers, it's going up to 96, and then that is as a proportional representation basis, in theory, should get rid of tactical voting altogether. You'd hope. We just don't know, because we've never seen it before, how it's going to look. The way parties are campaigning is like no other time before. You know, constituencies now, for example, where I'm from, Ceredigion, Bristol, it's called Ceredigion, Pembrokeshire, Pembrokeshire and Ceredigion. It's about a 4 to 5 hour drive from one end of the constituency to the other. How do you, as a candidate, campaign in constituencies like that? So we are solely relying on our party leaders, whether that be Darren Miller for the Conservatives in Wales or Kemi Badenoch, both have an influence, of course. And I think that's where Nigel Farage is hoping that he can bank the majority of the Reform votes in the next Senedd election, is just being Nigel Farage on a UK basis and pulling up his presence in Wales. But we could see Reform being the largest party, but not quite kipping a majority. There's only realistically one dancing partner they would likely work with. You'd hope it'd be the Conservatives, but how does that look to them on a UK basis when people point the finger and say, actually, the Reform are just Conservatives in a different coat? Would they actually want to work with us? So we really don't know. I think the most likely outcome is still a progressive centre-left coalition. But shocks happen. 24 hours is a long time in politics. We've seen this happen tonight. Nobody, I don't think, was expecting it. A lot could change before May next year.
Kathy, what would it be like were Reform to win the most votes and the most seats in the Senedd in May, as is perhaps probable, even on these numbers where clearly there's been a lot of tactical voting under the first past the post system? What if that tactical voting doesn't happen to the same extent that it has here, where there's sort of one person who can win this constituency? There'll be 6 in each constituency in May. Is it going to be achievable for... how will it go down with the Welsh people if the party that comes first in vote share and seat share doesn't get to form a government?
Well, can I first of all say penblwydd hapus to Christopher Hope, which is happy birthday, and I'm sure that Lindsay Whittle feels like it's a penblwydd hapus for him as well, waking up this morning as well, and less so for the other candidates. So if you're listening, Christopher, happy birthday, penblwydd hapus to you. In relation to your question, Tom, I think, yeah, it will be a very, very strange situation. How sour will that taste for the Welsh electorate if the party that hold the most seats don't hold power in the Senedd next year? We don't know. You know, we don't know how that will go down. I think it's important to reflect, though, that, you know, the situation that we've got before we get to next May. So Labour are not totally... They didn't hold a majority in any case in the Senedd. They held 30 of the 60 Senedd members' seats, and they'd relied on Jane Dodds, the sole Liberal Democrat Senedd member, really to help them push policies through. So now they have 29 Senedd members. The Conservatives are on 14. Plaid now are on 13.
So even with the Liberal Democrat member, now Labour has lost its majority.
Yeah, and this is a real, real problem for them, because they're trying to get through the 2026 budget now as well, and if they don't get through that budget, there will be dramatic decreases to public spending, and local authorities are going to face significant difficulties. So it's really, really important that Labour have those conversations now, you know, potentially, you know, as far as they can, put this disappointment behind them for now, strategise for the future, albeit they haven't got much time to do that, and to get these, you know, important policy decisions through, particularly the budget.
A potential budgetary crisis then in Wales, thanks to the Labour Party no longer having its working majority there in the Senedd. I should say that in a previous hour, I said that if the Reform Party won the most votes and the most seats, it would be, and was locked out of government with sort of all the other parties ganging up against it, it would be the only time in British history that the party that had won the most votes and the most seats would be locked out of government. Of course, what I should have said is modern British history. A big thank you to Arthur, who has been listening to every word we have been saying and has written in that the party with the largest votes and largest number of seats has not... well, basically what I said is not quite true. In December 1923, the Labour Party formed a minority government with Liberal support. But of course, the Labour Party did not come first in that election. The Conservatives came first with 258 seats to Labour's 191. But with the Liberals, the Labour Party was able to govern, even if it was just for 9 months. So yes, I fell into that dismal trap of pretending that British electoral history began in 1945, which of course it didn't, and I normally chastise people for pretending that it did. Thank you, Arthur, for calling out my grievous error there. Of course, there has been one moment in British political history, the party that won the most votes and the most seats did not end up governing. But of course, Jack, it might now be twice.
Well, we'll see. I think, look, you talk about the early 20th century as well, which is a time, and I think you could see at that period of time within the sort of UK general elections, often quite seismic changes happen very quickly in a couple of election cycles between the Labour rise of the Labour Party, fall of the Liberals. We've seen it again, I think, within... we've seen it recently both in the UK and around Europe, that often, you know, you can have a crisis sort of knocking away at a party electorally for a while and they can prop it up, but all of a sudden, you know, the collapse is very quick, you know, it happens very suddenly all at once. We've seen that with Labour in Scotland before, we've seen it in a way with Conservatives nationally at the last general election, and we may now, maybe at the next Senedd election, be seeing it with Welsh Labour in its historic heartland of Wales too.
And just to explain what that means, I mean, the Labour Party and Wales, South Wales in particular, have been synonymous in the minds of many, many people. I mean, in many ways, the Labour Party is the Welsh Labour Party. It's sort of the cradle of this party. So for it to lose in Caerphilly, I mean, that means a lot.
Yeah, it's a big, and to lose such a small percentage of a vote too. And look, it's a by-election, and people were, as we've said, tactically maybe pushing towards, you know, either the sort of pro or anti-reform side in this election. But, you know, another feature of the new electoral system we'll be using is that you have to get around, in these, I think they're 6-member seats, you have to get around 12% of the vote to get one seat in that system. And then it becomes easier with subsequent seats. You don't have to get quite as much. But, you know on the percentage that Labour got today, they wouldn't be picking up many seats at all.
They won 11% in this seat. They wouldn't have got... I mean, if that was writ large across the whole of Wales, Labour wouldn't win a single seat.
Which I think is probably unlikely to happen, but it should be a serious wake-up call. This is when you said, in a sense, actually the system was put through by the Labour Party for backing of people like Plaid Cymru as well, because it sort of benefited the established parties, right? If you get a good chunk of a vote share, you'll clean up quite a lot of the votes, and it can push away potentially some of the smaller parties who might not reach the 12%. So that's one factor I think that's going to be really interesting at play. The other, we talked a bit about what tactical voting might look like in this new proportional system in Wales. It's going to be interesting for some of these left-of-centre parties, whether that's for Greens, Plaid Cymru outside of its heartlands as well, and Labour voters too, to think about, if you think in your constituency you might be, say, a Plaid voter maybe in South Wales and Cardiff, but you quite like an extra Green Assembly member, sorry, the Senedd member there, but it doesn't look like they're quite going to get 12%. Actually trying to get your little parties who you maybe quite like or are favourable to up to 12% might be this new dynamic as well. But it's unprecedented. We don't know how it's going to turn out.
And I suppose this is one of the lessons from tonight, not just for Wales but for the wider country as well. Just the unprecedented, unknowing nature of what the local elections, but also the next general election will be. And let's not forget, these local elections are no ordinary local elections. I mean, these are the super-duper extreme double plus good local elections. I mean, the Welsh Senedd, the Scottish Parliament, all councillors in London, some of the other major cities in England as well, half a dozen new metro mayors from huge regions within England. I mean, the number of both legislative and executive roles that will be elected across the United Kingdom is simply gargantuan, and results like the one we saw last night show that it's going to be fantastically difficult to predict.
No, without a doubt, and I think the fact is, in next May, you're going to see that array across the UK. So maybe we might get a better idea, actually, of rather than looking at elections in isolation, like we have done tonight with Caerphilly, we might get a better idea, actually, of what is going to happen at the next general election, because we'll get the London-centric view, we'll get a Scottish view, a Welsh view. I'm not sure if any of the other councils actually are up in May of 26. I know all of Wales councils then are up in May of 27, and Reform are hoping to clean up there as well. But, you know, coming back to this reality of proportional representation and voting, you know, there has been calls in the past, of course, for Westminster to move to that type of model. You know, Labour Party have sort of shied away from it because first past the post to serve them well. Polls suggest first past the post is going to serve Nigel Farage and Reform well at the next election. Would he be as keen to have proportional representation in Westminster if it was going to go the other way and actually reduce the number of seats? So I think I understand and I get the argument behind moving to a PR system, but I think the reality is we might see the sort of the downside of it is with a first past the post system, you always get a strong, you know, I'm channeling my Theresa May, a strong and stable government in theory, or a government that can actually have a majority and lead. A proportional representation, we don't know how it's going to work, and it might take us 2 or 3 election cycles before we actually realise how we need to start voting to have a functioning government in Cardiff Bay, because we could be at deadlock for, you know, God knows how long, really. I'm not sure what the weeks are, but it's only a matter of weeks or months. If they don't form a government, or anyone forms a government, we would have to go back to poll again if we didn't manage to make an agreement either between Reform and the Conservatives or a progressive centre-left. So we could have 2 Senedd elections next year if it doesn't work.
I mean, that is extraordinary, and there will be so many eyeballs on all of this. I mean, I should just say, yes, Wales, Scotland, all 32 London boroughs, but also all the seats in Barnsley, Birmingham, Bradford, Calderdale, Coventry, Gateshead, Kirklees, Newcastle, Sandwell, Sefton, Solihull, South Tyneside, St Helens, Sunderland, Wakefield, Walsall, and as well as a whole bunch of new unitary authorities, Essex, Brighton and Hove, East Sussex, Hampshire, Norfolk, Surrey, West Sussex. I mean, you throw a dartboard at the United Kingdom and there will be... not a dartboard, throw a dart. Don't throw a whole dartboard, there'll be an almighty mess.
He's done a long shift.
Throw a dart at the United Kingdom, you're going to find some election somewhere. These are super-duper charged up, turbocharged elections. But I suppose one of the interesting things is that what we've seen with the degradation of the Labour vote, the willingness of, perhaps in many cases, lifelong Labour voters in places like Caerphilly, people who don't just vote Labour each and every election, but Labour is in their family, is in their history, is in their blood. They're choosing to not vote Labour for the first time. I mean, that can't be an isolated incident in Caerphilly.
No, this is huge, isn't it, really? The chain has been broken. You know, my grandfather, grandmother voted for Labour, my mother, my father voted for Labour, I vote for Labour, my children end up voting for Labour. You know, that chain has been broken now, based on what's happened here. You know, this is huge for Wales, I feel, you know, regardless of whether Reform had won it or, you know, Plaid have won it. You know, that chain has been broken. Plaid, Labour's... perhaps you know, a good thing for them or a bad thing for them is that so many of their existing MSs are not standing in May 2026. And, you know, if they play that right, there is an opportunity to them to rebadge themselves as having, you know, fresh candidates, fresh party, fresh choice to the electorate. I'm not convinced myself. I think it's going to be too late for them, and they will, you know, still suffer next May.
It's interesting. It seems like Keir Starmer actually was the straw that broke the camel's back, because we've truly had some awful Welsh Labour leaders in Wales over the years. You know, we've had Mark Drakeford with all of the issues behind him, then Vaughan Gethin, mired in scandal, had to leave. We've had Alined. You know, she's borderline OK, not my favourite cup of tea, but polls suggest she might not even retain her seat. After all of that, and through all of that, and all the tumultuous kind of times we've had in Wales, people still voted Labour, no matter what. They, you know, they held their lip, voted Labour, but now that Keir Starmer's in number 10, they don't want to do it anymore. So he seems to be the key.
He's the permission. He's the permission to move away.
Jack, is that a challenge to your devolutionist worldview? That actually, when it comes to what has broken the Labour Party's stranglehold on Wales, at least here, at least tonight, isn't anything that the Welsh Government has actually done. It's not wrapping up toys during COVID in shops. It's not the 20-mile-an-hour zones on every road in the country. It's not any of this stuff. It's actually Westminster.
Oh, I wouldn't dispute at the moment the principal way that people engage with politics, if they engage with it at all in Wales, is through the Westminster arena and through Keir Starmer. You know, name recognition of Wales party leaders is incredibly low. You know, we had a small blip with Mark Drakeford during the COVID crisis, but, you know, people quite simply don't know who party leaders are. We've been saying that's why, you know, Nigel Farage, he's not standing for reform in Wales. He's not the leader of reform in Wales, but he's probably far more recognised than any party leader in Wales. So, look, I wouldn't be disputing that most people engage with politics in Wales through Westminster. I think that's part of our problem, is we've really struggled to actually build, alongside the institutions, the democratic institutions of the Senedd and associated sort of public bodies, we've not really been able to build the actual public sphere and civil society to both generate that actual critical engagement, scrutiny, and sort of, ability to critique Welsh Government that I think is really important to have a really healthy functioning democracy.
But is that because there are some parts of Wales that perhaps don't have that same deep sense of Welsh language and primary identity? I mean, can we compare some of these sort of deep Welsh language places to places like Wrexham? I mean, these are two different countries.
I think most people in Wales feel very Welsh.
Yeah.
There are some small pockets where people will say they're British before they're Welsh, but most people say Welsh and British. I think it's just a lot of that is due to the political history of Wales, right? We've just, like I've said, through the Labour Party has dominated Wales, and that's as a Westminster central centric party, right? And people saw Wales as being people saw Wales as represented through the Labour Party being in government. You know, we're in a sense we're a very old country in many ways, but we're also a very new one in terms of having a separate set of institutions, our own sort of civic political life. So building institutions is a challenge. I really hope we can live up to it still.
Yeah, I wonder, Aled, have we seen tonight in Wales what happened in Scotland in 2007 when the SNP broke through and it took another sort of best part of a decade for that to then break through at Westminster, but perhaps we're playing politics on fast forward as things go at the moment. It seems like we're experiencing decades in minutes, or whatever the phrase is. I mean, are we going to see a complete sort of hollowing out and then quick disintegration of that Labour dominance?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and of course tonight was a by-election, and of course they always say take a by-election with a pinch of salt. It's just a stick to beat the whoever's in power. I think, you know, the thing to take away is who are the two main parties going to be at the next May election? It looks as if it's going to be Plaid Cymru and Reform. Now, I think that is only really tenable for Plaid to remain at that position. The second they go down the SNP route by saying a vote for Plaid is a de facto vote for nationalism, I think they will lose a significant vote share because there is no appetite in Wales whatsoever. They've clearly realised that, otherwise they'd be saying vote, you know, in this by-election. Yeah. And, you know, maybe they'll learn a bit from the SNP in terms of keeping on saying kind of these de facto referendums. Not that we've had one in, well, only the first one to set up devolution, but certainly not an independence. You know, I think we could see a significant change in the next 3 or 4 years, unlike anything we've seen before. Now, of course, the Senedd elections are on fixed terms of 4 years, so at least we've got a bit of consistency there in trying to map it out, whereas it's not so consistent with Westminster. But all of these elections never coincide with each other, so we're trying to compare apples to oranges to bananas most of the time and trying to piece it together to make a whole picture. But no, we'll keep guessing, I suppose.
Well, on that fruit salad metaphor, I want to say Alan Thomas, Kathy Larkman and Jack Kellum, thank you indeed for being with us here on GB News these past 3 hours as we have dissected into tiny little detailed pieces every last jot, tittle, comma, em-dash or any other punctuation mark that you could possibly imagine of this historic by-election. Yes, indeed, a historic night in Wales. Plaid Cymru turned out to beat Labour to win the Caerphilly by-election. Now, it has been an astonishing night, a night of surprises, and indeed a night where perhaps we thought at the start of the evening wasn't what turned out to be at the end of the evening. So once again, a big thank you to my panel. Thank you for anyone who was brave enough to stick with us for the full 6 hours overnight. So that's it from me, but do stay with us here on GB News. Stephen and Ellie are up next on GB News Breakfast. But here's the weather.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Some bright spells around today, but also plenty of blustery showers and even some longer spells of rain, all accompanied by a cold wind coming from the north. And that wind particularly strong towards the northeast of the UK as low pressure pulls away, but continues to extend a band of wet weather into eastern Scotland and the northeast of England. And we'll see coastal gales around exposed northeastern parts, but elsewhere it's just a blustery day with further showers, some heavy downpours for the southwest in particular, even the odd rumble of thunder. Away from the showers, some sunshine. However, it is going to feel cold in the wind with temperatures a few degrees down compared with average for the time of year. Now, the rain across northeast Scotland pushes into southern parts during the evening and northern England later on, with further showers following for the north and northwest of Scotland. Northern Ireland seeing plenty of showers, but also some bright spells in between. 11 degrees at 6 p.m. And for much of England and Wales, we keep the showers going well into the evening, but there will be some clear spells, particularly through the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast. Here's that band of rain sinking south into the Midlands during the evening and then East Anglia by midnight, but eventually it pulls away into the North Sea, and that means that for many of us, we'll see clear spells overnight. Enough of a breeze to prevent a widespread frost, but it will be a chilly start in places on Saturday with temperatures dipping to the mid-single figures, even some places seeing the low single figures. So, yeah, pretty fresh out there first thing this weekend, but plenty of bright weather. It will still feel cold in the wind coming from the north, and that wind will bring some wintry showers to northern Scotland, snow falling over the hills of northern Scotland, but no disruption likely from that. Rain showers elsewhere, but plenty of sunny spells in between the downpours, particularly in central eastern parts, continuing though to feel very cold.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off-limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me.